Testing, testing. Do I exist? Yes, I do. Check that out. How solid is this? Boop. All right. We open up with a strong sneg. I hope that's not a problematic word of some kind. It's too late now. We're living by the edge. The stream was set at 5:21 because that's just what it was set at. Or I think that was an hour before, or like that's how the hour after I initially set it up. Maybe someday I'll learn what scheduling is, but you know, figure that out. All right, and it's very, very good and important that no one's died yet. All right, what the heck am I doing? That's right. So I basically decided I'm going to do a bunch of tiny tasks. I've learned, I'm still figuring this out. I imagine it's still going to be a learning curve of figuring out how the hell to do this. But one thing I learned last time is that it's probably not a good idea to do a very complicated, big project on stream because I won't know what the hell's going on. And probably no one else will either. So round two is let's try a lot of tiny little things that I've been needing to do anyway. And hopefully only things that won't ever spoil anything too. Because that's also important. Speaking of, what is number one problem? Okay, so problem number one is that something's wrong with the items right now. Oh, I also need to get, first let me just show you what the problem is. Beep, beep. It's a small one, but basically the items don't shrink anymore. They used to shrink into your bag and now they don't. I don't know why that's happening. I gotta figure that out. The cat. Oh yeah, the cat's still there. So that's the first problem I have to figure out here. The other issue I just realized is we don't actually have any background music. I'm gonna do something fun. I'm gonna give you a secret track. Ooh, big secret. Should be fine. Should be... yeah, should be fine. Well, I just want to be careful not to spoil anything, but I don't think this is spoilers because you won't have any clue what this is even for. Let's try. I think it's this one actually. Yeah, quick. This is why I have to be careful. It's like it's live, so if I leak anything, it's like, uh-oh. That's out there forever now. I think that's a good volume. If that's like too quiet or too loud, just let me know. I'll just put this over here. Yeah, go quick, put in another disc. Or the part where I tell you that your disc is too dirty. You should clean your disc. Gosh, I remember those old... Does anyone here remember like VHS stuff and having to like deal with the VHS? What do you even call that? The fucking case, and they got the tape inside, but it gets like mangled at some point somehow, and then just as you're playing it, it's just like freaks out. Is that a thing anyone else can relate with on this? Am I too old? Oh no, have I become the boomer? Yeah, I mean, DVD's got problems too, to be fair. They're also annoying. That, you know, Papa Duck, that happens to a lot of things. If you chew on a lot of things, they stop working. That's... If you chew on me, I'd probably stop working. This is not an invitation to chew on me. Oh yeah, you did get those? Yeah. You know, like it's nice that they existed, but it was also nice when they went away. Alrighty, so here we are. The very first thing to figure out is we have to track the image X scale and Y scale values of the item interactable just in general. We're going to place this all the way up here. We're going to do a couple of points. An initial print, then something here, then after event inherited, then before we update, and then after all the updates, and then when we're actually here to draw. It's a lot of different print statements. I'm probably going to have to go back in time to remember what's what anyway. We're going to see if there's a point when this is, I guess, dislocating, because it should be getting updated and it just isn't. Okay, so there's a lot of data coming out here, but I'm going to go ahead and make a little bit of a clip there, and then we'll do this. Okay, that's enough. So I believe this is just our oscillations, right? We oscillate down as we pulse. So we come down to like 1.6 as our scale, and then we come back up to like 2.4-ish. That's reasonable. No problems there. I believe right here is where we decided to like click, right? Like that. Okay, so this is where the numbers start getting interesting. This is our initial number. It's looking fine. This is an initial number again. Initial number again. So we know these first three don't really make a difference at all, actually. Nothing seems to happen here. Oh, and also the draw only occurs. Okay, so this isn't an issue because by the time there's a draw GUI that actually handles this. I forgot about that. Item interactable right here seems to be. This is where we actually handle this. So by the time we get to here, we don't care anymore. These three are all the same, it looks like. So we don't have to do that. We come down ready to rumble, but then we get over here and the scale gets all strange. It seems like it's kind of increasing and decreasing as we go. It's very strange that way. Next thought becomes, if we're setting up from here, what events do we run? Do we run any events? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, watching the code disappear. Well, again, the thing about code is that like it's much easier to read your own than someone else's. So it's I don't know how to say. I suppose to some degree, if you can learn to sort of like piece together other people's code, it's like an incredible superpower. But also, if you're looking at it and you're like, I have no clue what this does, it's like, that's fine. Most people wouldn't. It's just kind of comes with the territory as it is. Okay, anyway, so this is where we set the, we don't set anything important here. So that just sets up the clicker and the hitbox for our item interactable to be, but we don't actually care. The thing we want to worry about is this. We've got all these different events setting up. That's solid. We don't do anything here. The next thought is animations, perhaps. But even that's like weird. I don't know what to make of this. Nothing of such. That's smart. That works. So that's how we start the pulsing animation for the bag. This is combat item specifically. I'm wondering if perhaps we need to do something extra in here. Let's just check that out. My thought here is probably what's happening is that it's trying to shrink, but something else is overriding it. That's my assumption. So we're going to be trying to make changes based off of that. And I was close to being correct. I think I was correct, but I'd prefer if it went a little tinier than that, to be honest. Because it looks like the animator is what did that. So the animator is what handles pulsing this bad boy. But I think we can cut some of these, trying to not make any unnecessary changes here or there. All right, so we just added a single line here to stop the animation once you click on it and do stuff. Over here, we don't need that change, it's fine. And I think I'm going to make a small adjustment to make this go even tinier. Let's try this. It's going to go down to a 1/4 instead of 3/8. But I'm not going to change this because that I don't want to go through all the typing necessary. Is that better or worse? I don't know. No. We'll just leave it as is. Better safe than sorry. Anyway, that fixes that little visual issue. Now, there was also another problem I remember. For some reason, it would sometimes offset. I have not had that to occur, though. Like, you click on it and then it appears over here instead. But it seems like it's fine. So, I'm just going to leave it as is. And render it. I think because I changed, like, some camera variables and stuff beforehand, but I haven't had that problem since, so I guess we just assume the best. It's always a good idea. All right, so that solved that problem. Next problem. There's been an issue with the clickers. Small issue, but one that I still need to do something about. These clicker systems have a rule for the sake of better performance. They all turn off if something gets highlighted. So we got this little piece. You can notice all these little red boxes are showing what's actually under attack. But as soon as you click on something, the rest just turn off because there's no longer a reason for you to, interact. The trick is, this causes problems if I actually do want you to interact with two things at one time, like this corner, only one of them will get highlighted. And I have a system in place where they should both be able to be an infinite number theoretically can all get highlighted at the same time and then maintain control. But unfortunately, due to the way the clicker focus works, let's do this. When you press it, this is when it activates. And when this activates, all the other clickers are going to deactivate right here, right now, and then they'll never get a chance to enter the pressed. So we're gonna do something that I've done before, which is basically we add a timer here. Now, I'm not actually sure. I have to think about this, but how we implement this. Basically, the idea, though, is that somewhere we're going to throw in a timer that just says, okay, focus this element, but do it next frame. So for this frame, let everything that was clicked be clicked. And then next frame, we disable everything. So we just wait a turn. So it might be more correct to simply just wait one turn here. This might be a better choice. Clicker's active. Let me make sure that's the proper target here. Yeah, it's right in the here. So this would probably be the better target. We're going to have a new variable that simply says global.clicker focus wait equals false. And so now in this if check, is we just throw in here and says, make sure this is not true. Then we go ahead and set this to true when we focus one of these bad boys, I think. But now the next question is clicker's focused. When do we do that? Clicker focus. Okay, so it only happens here. That's actually great. That's actually very good. This is coded in GML, so it's a specific language for GameMaker. It's pretty similar to like C++ though, or C, or anything in the C family is pretty close. They do have some nice, like, the syntax is very like free, so depending on what you come from, it also is like a good example being that these semicolons that you might be used to, you don't have to do that in here. They'll just add it for you if you want. Which, yeah, I actually came from Python and Kotlin, so that's kind of where like neither of those use semicolons. GameMaker doesn't really care about tabs, so that's actually kind of nice. But I usually just keep stuff more like that because that's the syntax I'm more used to. You might notice the difference in naming because I use camel case, but they use snake case or whatever this is called. I think that's what it is. But I figure, you know what? I actually kind of prefer just sticking with camel case because I'm used to it and it lets me know what's my code and what isn't. So if you see something like this, you immediately know, yeah, that's a built-in function. It's probably not the problem if something's bugged because I'm going to bet that they know what they're doing more than I do. And so I can go search elsewhere. Like this, if this function has only built-ins, then we're probably good to go. Anyhow, so we'll set this to true when we do clicker focus. Now we just need to reset this every time somewhere. I'm thinking what we do is probably something like this, just false. Probably before you even set anything, just set this to false every step. Then we run through this. Then we will set that to true if we're in here. So then we will ignore it for one frame, and then the very next frame we'll set this to false, and hopefully that should take care of things. So what we should see is the same behavior before. Click on this thing, everything else turns off. There's just a one frame delay. And then if we click on two things, they both stay active. Perfect. Now there's another bug with this, I think. A little bit, just a little bit. Doesn't really play super nice when you adjust both borders at the same time, but you know, you can still do it. Just be prepared for that's a good onomatopoeia for that because I don't know what you'd classify that as. It starts womping, dude. It's just like, whoa, okay, chill. Anyway. So that fixes that problem. Clickers can now have two focus at the same time. Yeah, I've used that trick multiple times. It's like whenever things seem like, if like timing makes a big difference in behavior, just a one frame delay oftentimes is a very nice, easy way to fix that. Actually, on the subject of clickers, we're not done yet because here's another bug. Okay, so there's another one. If you go to the title, the clickers don't actually deactivate right away. And it's going to cause some problems you might notice. I can still do stuff. That's kind of not a big deal, to be honest. This is the bigger deal. These ones never turn off. Like, that's a weird problem, but this is the real... Oh, this sounds terrible, by the way. Just having 2 tracks playing at the same time. What do you think is going to happen if I press one of these buttons? If you remember what these were. That seems sussy. Uh-oh. Well, let's try going down the story while we're on the title screen. Yeah, pretty much anyone could have expected that. So you could, I think, see the bug thing. Whee! Okay, yeah. So that's obviously pretty problematic. It actually, I haven't even tried doing the scariest thing. You could quick save there. I've yet to try that because I don't even know what it would do. I have a sincere worry that it would like corrupt the save file pretty badly. So that's obviously bad. We just needed something to turn all that off because those really shouldn't be. Those really, yeah. I mean, how much fun would that be? Because in the actual game, you wouldn't even see those hitboxes until you accidentally click on them, and out of nowhere, you just actually tried to save on the title screen. Whoops. Hell yeah. Now there's this part of my brain where I'm like, what if I like did that? Like if I turned that into like an actual feature, like it just stays there and you can save, and if you then load that save, you go into some very scary world. But let's focus on just making sure this actually works properly first. The main menu is the most difficult part. Also, I'm actually kind of curious. I'm pretty sure this isn't a problem, but I should try entering from the story in the first place. Or from the title, I should say. Yeah, no, the clears don't show up here. I mean, except for these guys. The dark egg. The dark egg. Yeah, we're good. I would say the only thing we have to do is just turn these off when we enter into the title. Which, like, I have to think what would be the best way to do that? If we just shut them off, that could be problematic. Okay, here's an idea. This is a little sus. So the thing is, if we set them to the off status, then we have to remember what their previous status was, because they don't have the old. Yeah, it's sus. Oh, this is sus. Among Us. All of these have different statuses is the problem. Just to show. Oh, I forgot I'm still on the title screen. Whoops. Whoopsies. Whoops. Whoops. Just kidding. Just kidding. Don't need to waste your time with that. We're in debug mode. We don't have to deal with those stupid title sequences. Alright, just pop on in there. See, these all work at any point is the thing, right? Like, this is just visible. Then if you go into here, now they shut off because you're in the whatever the heck. But some of those buttons that show up might still work on the pause layer or even on the pop-up layer, still up here. So I need to deal with that reality. Switching them all to off, I'd have to remember what each one's supposed to be. So instead what we're gonna do is our very sus option of just move them away a lot and then move them back. We're gonna do it by the same amount both times. And clickers, big move. We're gonna have to come up with a better name, but for now that'll work. And we'll put in a parameter that's just a Boolean that says away. I'll just leave that there. And what we're gonna do is quite simple, actually. Global.clickers. Got all these lovely clickers, and then we're gonna go through each one. And then if any of them are problematic, we'll do a thing. But then we just clicker.x plus equals Max world dist. We're gonna just try this. We're gonna see what happens. Actually, we'll need to make it just a bit smarter than this. If we're moving it away, we'll just throw them to the right, and then otherwise we'll bring them back to the left. And yeah, that's it. We're gonna see how that works first. This could cause more problems than it's worth, so just give it a shot, and then maybe come up with something a bit more elegant in the future. So we go to title. We'll do Clicker's big move. True. Then we get that title return fade. I think this is it. Wait, now I'm confused. Title return, we wait, we think, come over here. Excuse me. I see. So it's like right here. We would rather have this be in game start, I think. This is when it would have to happen. Right. Okay, well, that's already interesting. Right, this is in an exact position, so because we're working with a box, we just need to double this up. Just gotta fling the boxes left or right. Alright. Okay, the fact that they're all still here means that these just straight up aren't disabled. So that's another interesting question altogether. So now question 2 just simply becomes, did we pause the game? So I'm probably not going to do it this way then. That's probably going to cause more troubles because that means the clickers are still active and searching for hitboxes, and that's the most strange thing. So we might be able to just disable them that way instead. If they actually are still searching for interactions, where were we? There it is. Then we just need to turn that off because that doesn't make any sense. Where are we at with go-to title anyway? I'm getting lost in my own code. We paused the game and yet it didn't seem to do anything. That's really strange. Is there a reason why the game isn't... It's just ignoring it almost? Alright, well, here's a trick. That's probably it. I believe it. This game probably does not like me very much. Also, I should probably make this go bigger. Beep. Alright. It's unpausing. Every now and then. I see why. Interesting, actually. Wait, so every time I hover one of these things, it unpauses. I just keep doing that. No, I can't keep... I can't... This is so bizarre. Okay, so that's very strange. So even while the game is paused, and nothing seemed to reset the pause, and yet I was still able to click on these. That's probably our problem right there. I'll just go ahead and, honestly, let's undo our original concept here. Because that right there is the issue. Why in the world? We gotta check here and see what's going on first. Because if the game is paused and we're still getting some sort of weird crap like that, then that's ridiculous. Doesn't make any sense. The game is not paused, by the way. Okay, we do pause the game when we do this, but that's actually a bad idea anyway, because we've already disabled all the clickers, so that's something to fix. But more specifically, it does seem like it's pausing, and yet it also seems like this is being strange. Yeah, it's slowly becoming a bit more complicated than we thought, huh? All right, going back to unpause, I'm going to do something about this guy. We're going to remove this pause game and this unpause game. I think that's a bad idea. Kind of a separate issue, but that should help because that's one random unpause that can't happen now. That was for an older system. That makes sense. So we have the axe action, we've got options, sliders, all these things make sense. These are all very specific instants. They don't just happen randomly. This is okay, so that's combat again, still combat, title sequence. Story state is where we actually declare it. GI border. Okay, yeah, similar sort of problem here. I would say this is the last one to worry about. Don't care about the pausing. We don't need to do that anymore. We've already got that under control. Nice. All right, sounds good. So that means that your border should be fine. I think the story events also are fine here. And if we're not doing any sort of weirdo changes, we don't need to worry about the title sequence. So yeah, this is a less sus option anyway, so this is probably just the better option to go for. That's what it's all about. Alrighty. I'm gonna give this one more shot. I think what's happening is by the time, so we've gotten down to here for every single one of these guys, they are probably on the visible spectrum, which means that we've ignored all these media cases, then we ignore this. We know that they're visible, we know that they're active. The camera's not dragging. Pop-up controller is not active. And so now this is where we need to worry about the game being paused. In this game, if it's true, and you ignore the pause, which would be false, so in this case, this would be false. So then we come down here, enable visibility border. But what this is effectively saying Yeah, these are allowed to ignore pause, but this shouldn't. This should never ignore pause. The visibility border is 10, which says for those 3. Okay, so yeah, that we were in the right place. So this would be true for all of them, and this would be false, but because this is an or, so yeah, I mean, it looks like this is just an oversight that's been here probably for a while then. Is game paused? And this, we'll just throw in an extra check. If not game paused, and this. Or you ignore paused. So if the game is paused, this would be true, and so then you'd be on enable level pause, and so then you'd be able to ignore it here still. This would still work out if you could ignore that. But otherwise, if it's paused and you don't have that, then you die immediately. And if it's not paused, then this would be true. There's no need to ignore. And so then it just matters in whether or not you're on visibility. Okay, let's give that a shot. Logic. That should check out for all the different situations. Also, this still works out perfectly fine, even though the game's not pausing, because again, we've already disabled all the clickers. That's a much smarter choice anyway. It's a nice way of fixing it. We have Whomper right now. Jeesh. Let's go. Okay, see, there you go. Right, there we go. Whoa. I just went outside the window. Still can't interact with anything. Still can't interact with anything. These guys still pop up. Separate issue. But, actually, I kind of want to try. All right, so this skip button. That doesn't do anything. I kind of want to try quick save. Okay. I don't know what that did, honestly. Because I'm pretty sure the quick save I have right now is useless, so I have no clue what that just tried to do. It had something to do with damage text controller, so that's not even remotely close to what it's supposed to be. That's like second level corruption. I don't even know what the hell that's supposed to be. All right. You know what? Not bad. It looks like the save didn't even go through. That's the trick. So we don't have to worry. But anyway, that fixes that first problem. It fixes the first half. But we do have to figure out now what to do about the story buttons, because those are not turning off. I think for those, since that's very specific now, I think I will go ahead and just make something that's specific for them. We can go to story controller then. All the other clickers are now solved, which means we can just figure out what to do with these guys. It looks like their enable level is just basic anyway. So we can go ahead and do something like that. We can story elements dot list apply all. And then we'll apply element enable level. Actually, I think I could just do this, right? This is a thing in the list element. Kind of. Okay, yeah, so this is it. Yeah, I can just do that. Enable level dot off. And then enable level dot visible, because we know these are all visible then. And when it comes to story state, go to title. This should work. Well, I wonder if perhaps we should just try to reset the build for this. I'm not sure. Step. If not game started, we just bug out right here, so probably not too big of a deal. I wonder if this will be a better solution. We have add story element here, position story element, and then create. We create the story elements on creation. And we'll have a variable named created. I don't know. Game start right here. Post game start. Story controller dot create story elements. Maybe that's what we call it every time. And we don't make them persistent. Give that a shot, see what happens. That's what I was worried about. What's the deal? Line 121 right here. We try to create a list element. Line 10. Element font. Not set before reading it. Great. What do you mean? I don't understand. Yippee. Ugh, I like to slurp my water as a way of punishing it. You know, don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not entirely sure. I don't really know. I don't really know exactly what the problem even is right now. Just filled with emojis expressing dismay. Yeah, well, you know what? That's gonna be your job now. You've got to be the one to fill the chat with emojis. Actually, I should like set up Slurper Andy. Oh no, that sounds like a dangerous nickname. Element persistent. Maybe this is the problem. I don't actually know. Yeah, I really don't know what's going on here, actually. This is very, very confusing. What do you mean it's not set? Not set how? We create the element, and then this is just a built-in function we have all the time. What could be the issue? If I like commented this out with this fix it just doesn't make any sense. It's like, why is this a problem? Weird. Very weird. Okay, well, maybe we do keep something like this. I mean, it's still nice to have it in a function, so worst case scenario. We just cut that there. Yeah, very weird. I don't know. Yeah, worst case scenario, this just means we grouped up, we organized our code. Oh no. Right. It's just slightly better designed, but more realistically, I'm not sure why this is giving grief. I subsist entirely off of spaghetti anyway. It feeds me. Alright, so we got that set up. We'll have to try doing this the old-fashioned way. Turn those off entirely after you do this. And then when we enter into here is when you... Invisible. Let's give that a shot. Because they should exist by now, which means that this shouldn't cause any problems. That it's not doing any problems. What the heck? Oh, yeah, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. You're good. You're cool. We're cool. But I'm watching you.
Turin pixels.
Turin Park. That's like the very southern version. Like you can't get the whole thing out. All right. So far we got these 4. If I do this, it breaks immediately. Nice. Just what I was hoping for. Okay, yeah, I made the same mistake twice. My name's Turin, I work for Turin Picture. She's coming out with like a real twang. How you doing? I'm the Turin Pixels. It's like, what? Alright, now we just delete them, kind of, and they just vanish to the ether. And then we come home, and it's just like... Yeah, they're gone. Nice. All right, so that works fine enough. Oh, I forgot to like do the reset. That's fine. We'll do this. Do it here because we also need to see how it works coming from title controller. Gotta test and see how this goes. You know, stuff like this makes me really wonder why game devs don't seem to use unit tests, including myself. Because I'm like, if I had unit tests, like, could I have just automated all of this? Why does no one do that? Is it just too difficult? Like, is it too specific? Anyway, these don't exist. That's great. Most game designers probably are masochists. That's true. I mean, never mind. All right, these show up. That's great. Nice. Do that. They disappear. Maybe that's a little weird, but I don't care enough. They vanish. We come up in here. They're still not there. Very good. Good stuff. Boyo. And then we load our autosave. Okay. I know what bug that is. That has nothing to do with this. That's a separate issue. I suppose that'd be something worth checking out, though. Right now you can't enter the game twice without it having some unfortunate troubles and having an aneurysm. But yeah, that should do it. So it's kind of ugly. I had to put like a random piece of code that enables and disables these things in very specific places. Usually not a good sign, but it does work. Hoorah. All right. Ooh, okay, now we got some fun ones. These aren't even bugs necessarily as much as they're features. Like some small little extra features. All right, just a second. We're gonna go black screen for a second, just to make sure. Yeah. This should be fine. All right. Whoa, you're finally awake. All right, we're gonna hang out in Misted Harbor for a second because I would like to add. Why is this not working? There we go. Don't do that. What we're gonna add is a special fun little extra. MH4, where are you at? I wanted to add an extra tutorial. Maybe tutorial is the wrong word, but just a little extra something or other that happens here. Because I feel like there was an overwhelming number of people that still seem to struggle with the concept of picking up items. So I figured I wanted to give one more extra thing in Misted Harbor to kind of help drill it home. I'm going to make somebody drop an apple, is the idea. And they're going to drop said apple. And you're going to have a chance to pick it up. And it'll tell you too, like, hey, pick up this apple. But like, kind of not really. You'll see. So we're just going to throw in a little thing here. First of all, I got to reread what this even says. Also, let me make a quick save so it's easier. Yes. Yeah, exactly. A lot of people assumed you just auto-picked things up. And there is I think that I probably will make an option to let that happen just for the sake of it, because some people might just prefer that. But I also really do like the idea of like, let me just speed through this actually. It'd be easier. Wait, what? All right, that's new. That actually is new. Okay, let's go check that out first, huh? Is that something we just added, or is that like a bug that's been there for a while? Line 66. No, here, line 66. If element is visible. Is this not? Like, what is happening right now? It's doing the same thing again, I think. Whoopsies, oh my gosh. We're gonna try that again. Object get name with the object index and see. Yeah, a lot of people just assume things picked up automatically, and I like the interaction you gotta do. It's nice. It's gamey, but also, if it's too annoying, it's nice to have. Story controller is the calling thing now. That's bizarre. I really don't know what's up about that. That really is bizarre. Is it because we moved them from here to here? If we move them out, will that change? Scope is so weird in Game Maker sometimes. No kidding. That's what changes it. That's insane. What the heck? What the heck? How does that even work? What? My brain's breaking just a bit now, trying to, like, why would that be the way this works? If I just add the function in here now versus if I add the function in a function instead, that completely changes the scope. That would explain what the other bug was. Now I know why it was a problem. It was saying that element, whatever the heck, align or whatever, didn't exist because it completely changes the scope if it's in here. But that means I could never put this in a function then. Why not? What if I just put some of it into a function? Like, what if just the story elements go in there? That's fine. Seems like it's specifically... Yeah, I don't even know what to say. We'll just make a note. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Well, I mean, this is the way I did it before anyway, so... Weird. Alright, well, problem solved. Now, back to the original goal. There. We're gonna make a quick save there, so now we're in Mist Harbor. And so then, yeah, then the text shows as you follow the wind, blah, blah. Gotcha. And so we're going to make this real simple. We're just going to throw in an extra line. Although first I'm going to actually make this a little bit more. Add page. A little cleaner. This should only show up round 2. Excuse me. We're going to add a single line of text that says apple for now. That's just your prep. Excuse me. I think this should work. Okay, so line 1 will also be there, line 2 as well, then line 3 is the one that shows up after the fact. And now we just need to add a quick event. We're going to use a different thing to reference this because I don't fully remember all the details. Or actually, I did write... I wrote a function to deal with this because it's so confusing. If there's one system I could rework, I'd want to make it this, but it really is kind of just like that sometimes. This item doesn't actually exist, by the way. I forgot about that, but, you know, one thing at a time. mh4 .x. What would be the nicest place for it? Apples don't exist, you're right. I mean, they say an apple a day keeps the doctor away, and something with an eldritch power like that can't exist in real life, right? It's not possible. That couldn't be the case. I'm gonna put that in index 2, and this is entry 1 only, and that's literally all we need. This will create the fake apple item. Yeah, jeez. Apples are kind of incredible if you think about it that way. Saves you a $4,000 doctor visit every time you get one. And that's every day. I mean, that's a lot of money every year. Save $4,000 a day by this one easy trick. Put that on your clickbait. All right. There's one more thing I want to do here. We'll do a quick load, jump into here. We have our brilliant dialogue, apple, it falls. Okay, so we'll probably put it maybe a little bit more to the right. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe we just pull it up. I guess it probably should be close by. Also, then it'll linger on it falls. Yeah, No, I see a lot of those weird ads popping up these days. I'm not sure why. I've been seeing more and more of just like I remember, well, Quora in of itself is just kind of bad, but I remember I was like reading one like thing on Quora talking about like it wasn't even like related too. It was like reading something about like Game Maker, like, oh, can you do this, blah blah blah, and then like underneath it, it's just like pictures of like Elon Musk and some other person, and it's just like, if you're gonna call in sick, make sure you like don't actually say you're sick, say blah blah blah. It's like 50 unethical life hacks, blah blah blah. Just one easy trick to blah blah blah, and you're like, dude. Yeah. Top Doctor, you know, or don't play this alone. You can't play this if you're under 40 years old. And I'm like, what? What could that possibly be? What do you mean? Shave off fat in like 10 seconds and just shows like an animation of some like 300-pound monster just like condensing to like a 50-pound freak. And you're like, what? Both of these are terrible. What's happening? What is happening right now? Yeah, free solar panels. Free everything if you just call the number. 10 photos for the past that show too much. Yep. Why do these have like such a template? Why are these so common? The more I'm thinking about this, the more absurd it is. Yeah. Boobies. Is this boobies? I've been waiting for this my whole life. Please. Yeah, no, that probably is it. They know it's bullshit, but it works because people still click it. That's just my grandpa sound, you know? Yeah, he's dying of thirst. Please! I need it, please! Boobies! He just sounds like a little hopeful. He's like, oh, boobies? Alright, and then we need to do like a zoom. I believe this actually might just be add GUI highlight. Or is it set GUI highlight? Yeah. 4.x plus grid. This might not actually work. We're gonna have to see what happens. Yeah, hydration of the milk, please. Please. You can't do this to me. I think this is a GUI position. So what we're going to do is we're going to use var GUI equals get GUI position, camera, and then this is where we put our actual places. Then we do GUI 0, GUI 1, because it's a thing. Grid, and then grid, true. That should be good enough. Give that a shot. Oh boy, it froze. Thanks. It's starting to sound like Bernie Sanders. Is that what Bernie Sanders sounds like? Please. Listen, we all have our things. It's not my fault. Apple, it falls. Okay, that's way too tiny, but little tiny bead. If I zoom out, it might be better, but Apple. Yeah, no, that's way too tiny. Let me guess. I have an idea, actually. Yeah, it's the Apple jump scare. Oh, look at all this code. It's going crazy, dude. I think I got this. Yes, sir. So we just set up the scale here, and then we just do grid time scale. That should do it. In fact, I don't know why I'm bothering with this, though. I'm just going to go ahead and do it all up here. Should be fine. I don't need to do 2 multiplications. What's the point of that? Yeah, we gotta divide it by the zoom, and that should be good. So yeah, it's just a small little thing. Apple rolls out, and you're like, what? And it just kind of shows up, and you're still like, what? And then you can just pick it up if you want. And that's the other thing too, is that it's supposed to be a small little thing. Yeah, so there it is. And this is a null item, so I don't know what that'd do. It just doesn't show up. Yeah, it makes sense. No, that's good. I'm glad I must have set that up at some point. To just handle if the item doesn't exist. Yeah, you know, honestly, stuff like that is pretty fun though. I like it when the game just breaks itself a little bit. Like, the real question is trying to find a balance between breaking the game actually, and then like breaking the game a little bit, because you have to make sure the player like knows what they encountered was an actual glitch or just a fake glitch, and sometimes that's harder to discern than you'd think. Especially with how this game's been, it's like half the time people are going to see effects like this. And then, well, yeah, that's actually a good point. If I break it as much as possible, like if people just get used to all the bugs and glitchiness, then they'll just assume that that's intentional, and then I don't have to fix bugs anymore. So that's just supposed to happen, yeah. Oh, your save got corrupted? Yeah, that's a really bad event. You got to be really careful about that one. Like, sorry about that. Anyway, I need like $4.99 if you want me to fix that. I work at Bethesda now. We rolled the D20 and you got it at 1. That's how that, yeah, that's about right. The developer version. Anyway, this still seemed a little tiny, but I also think that's just because like the dummy, I think the SPR dummy. Yeah, this is just big, isn't it? It's kind of big. It definitely fills the whole screen, that's for sure. Anyway, so I suppose that's another thing I should do is just, you know, make an apple. Draw an apple. And then make the item. Making the item is probably easier right now, to be honest, because I've already got all the code out and stuff. We'll just jump in here. The item shouldn't really do anything, honestly. What'll be more interesting, restoring energy or restoring HP? It's probably going to be like nothing for both. But like, either this restores like 1 energy or it restores like 3 HP. That's kind of my thought right now. Just something fun, a little silly. You get the exclusive ability to decide. Also, let's give it a ridiculous sound effect because I don't have one right now. I'm gonna go with the unused. Something pretty crazy. Vine boom. Yeah. Try to get something like a vine boom. Oh, actually, wait, that gives me an idea then. Hang on. I think we've got... That's good. I don't have a vine boom, but I've got something kind of close. This is gonna be the most intense apple of your life, dude. I'm just gonna make this, I'll just do the energy 1 option. What does that end up being? 3 energy, I think. That's fine. Let's jump into... Oh, shoot. Oh no. Actually, it's probably fine. Like, doesn't really show you anything, but just for the sake of... Oh yeah, beware your eyes. Actually, I might be able to do like a transition thing. Okay, let's figure this out. A show transition is just like a fade. Hopefully that will be less jump scary. All right, open the hidden layer. We're going to make some strange decisions. right, let's there we go. We'll just make another one. I still need to move these to the translation. There. Nice and simple. And this will sell for like, yeah, I don't know, 3 gold. Hurrah. So this gives you 3 gold or 1 energy. All right, let's go. Great. A lovely apple restores 1. Are you ready for this? Does this look like an apple to you? That's a little something special. You could eat that and get an energy. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. All right, there we go. Apple created. I kind of hope I forget to like fix that because that would be amazing to just leave that in the game. That would be the most hilarious mistake to make. Yeah, it's just a really loud crunch, dude. Just how it goes. All right, I figure now I need to write some lines, some text, some good old something or other. Just gotta be some basic lines to explain. Let's see. When one of them turns, something turns to you with a basket of fruit. All right. You notice the loudest apple you have ever heard roll onto the floor with deafening volume. Every bounce is another one of those sound effects. Just boom, 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 boom. That would be truly horrific to deal with. That's probably worse than any of the sanity effects yet. Apple. That's good. Probably could use a little editing, but at the same time, it's like this is not story, you know? This is just a thing. It's a good sound. It's a good sound. Every single bite should be that sound. You don't have to like take a full bite too. Your teeth just like hit the skin and it immediately just makes that noise. And you just have to like back off and just like, do I commit to the bite or like, is it worth it? I don't know what's going to happen if I keep doing this. It rumbles through your whole entire skull. Every bone. Just, ah. Is fruit basket spelled with one word or two? Fruit basket. No, that's 2 words. No, that didn't update. That's fine. Just gonna change that to it rolls near your feet. Let's go. Yeah, I'm satisfied with that. All right, that's the apple. Apple bananaed. Let's go. Gotta make the banana someday. Make a whole fruit ensemble, but whoa. I have no clue why that keeps happening. Truly. Yeah, exactly. You just spam it with like the effective equivalent of a vine boom. You know, we think that's like a recent thing, but that's been happening. People have been abusing that for, you know, how long has it been now? I don't know, since my time is getting weird. I was gonna say for decades. I'm like, it hasn't been that long that people have been doing that. Every trailer you see though, it's just like, this summer. You're like, okay, chill. Like, nothing happened yet. Yeah, 2000. Oh, jeez. I mean, it's been 20 years since 2000. It's been a while. That's so crazy to think about. I still think of like the 70s as 30 years ago, you know? And then I think back, I'm like, no, dude, that's not how that works. Like, 70s is freaking old. Yeah, right? Right? Is that like what your brain immediately thinks about? It's just like, I don't know. It's just such an easy... The 2000s is just right there. Come on. We're 23 years past 2000 already. That's like, that's a person. That's a drinking age person. Okay, yeah, I believe this was another one. Yeah, they do have quite a formulaic thing. Yeah, they build immediately. It's something like some kind of creepy riser that's just like a string that's like rising in tension, like me. And then, yeah, someone will say something like, you know, the dark ones are coming. And then, yeah, vine boom. Some other quote, vine boom. Someone running through the rain, vine boom. A horse breaks through into something, vine boom. It's just like, all right, geez. Looks like he got the point, vine boom. You're like, all right, geez. I get it. Lots of running, lots of weird shots. Something that inevitably spoils the entire movie, but like, it's probably fine because you don't know what the hell it's about. So it's like, you know, you're the killer. And it's just like, okay, like I whoever that person is, they're clearly important now. So here's a small little bug. Right now, if I equip this, that's fine. Well, actually, the thing isn't even here. I quick load so I can get access to this first. Then we jump into a quick combat. We got our nice little testier combat here. I can open up my item menu here. Try to open this. You cannot use 2 items in 1 turn. So, that's the current issue. That's not actually the problem here. It's not your turn. So, we just need to change that. You're able to search for you can't. Excuse me. So it looks like we already have this somewhere else. But I can't find. Right. Okay, this is getting interesting. Item. Item UI? No. Item usage. This is probably it. Is item usable combat? Use item. Yes, this sounds about right. Use item combat. This is definitely it. Yeah, this is getting complicated fast. Yeah, I'm still wondering what I'm supposed to do about translation for this, because I have to figure out. I build strings sometimes. I'll have to like put all these like specific verbs in there. It's kind of a weird situation, but anyway. Equips there. We try to use the item, it doesn't work out. Search for where we check this. We exit right here, that's fine. Util that item fail. It's time to egg! It's time to egg, Dad! Oh no. Not again. Yeah, I actually don't know where the text is coming from here. That's really interesting. Oh yeah, I also took care of that already. That's already very done. Okay, so somewhere we're writing down the words you can't use 2 items in 1 turn. And that's great. But in another place, you know, I don't know where that's coming from anymore. Seems like it's in pop-up item prompt. So it is in the translation. Okay, well, first, before I forget, I'm going to go put a note here. Translation, because I'll have to take care of that at some point, but that's not what we're doing here today. Then down here, something or other. Blah 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 blah. I guess I had to search for this. Let me just find this. Oh, whoa. What? That's weird. Oh, I see. Okay, see, this is what I saw, and I totally forgot about this. This is what I see, and I'm like, what is this? I'm supposed to actually, like, I replace these things. That's crazy. What a very specific situation. Okay, this is it. I just found it. This is the big one. Right here. So we need 1 extra check. You can't. This is the better trick, I think. If combat is paused, we create that pop-up. But I think we need something else too. Let's do 2 checks. If not your turn. combat controller dot current unit does not equal get player. Also, I need to do a check here because I'm curious. This is specifically using an item, so this is specifically for, yeah. This is the player only. Pop this over here. So yeah, we just have one extra check to throw in. What we're working on today is just a bunch of random crap. I learned one big task is just too complicated for me to keep my brain on for. So for instead, I'm just, you know, doing a bunch of tiny tasks that I know, you know, shouldn't really be spoilery because they don't really have anything to do with the story or anything. But yeah, and the cat's still there, by the way. But they're all tiny enough that, like, even if I lose track of where I'm at, it's not a big deal because it's easy to remember. In this case, right now, there's a small little bug where if you tried using any sort of weapon that's not on your turn, this was the easiest example, but like other items too. They say you can't use 2 items in 1 turn, but that's not the problem. It's not your turn. That's the thing. EOL, that's not right. That's not it. That's not supposed to happen. But, you know, it's better. That's better because... Okay, what's happening here? Probably just like a typo. Let's just try that again. Copy paste. But yeah, it's something different that just says like, oh, this isn't your turn, right? Makes it a bit more clear, I think. Now we jump in. I can go and just use a recovery potion on myself. It's fine. Cannot use 2 items 1 turn. That's good. Yep. And then over here, now it's not your turn. Boom. That's just a little bit more helpful. Problem solved. Now, there's also another similar bug, so we're going to go check this out too. The Soul Stone, I think, also has a similar bug with if you use it in combat, the text can be a little strange. Obviously, we can do it in 3 different ways. You can use it outside. You come in here. I do believe I can just go ahead and consume this right away. I try again. Okay, so yeah, that's the first problem. Just nothing happens is the trick. So that's a little bit weirder. You probably just shouldn't even be able to get here in the first place. I've never eaten this many soul stones before. But yeah. Wee. Alright, then his turn shows up. Yeah, so okay. We can probably do something about that. No, I'm not entirely sure. Soul stones are their own unique situation. Fights a lizard, eats 5,000 soul stones, takes an apple, doctors can't handle him because of it. Just a freaking menace. Officials still baffled. Everyone here is actually just really kind. It's just the traveler's a fucking weirdo. Like, the entire time he's just like walking around. Like, it's just kind of cold in the cold gates, but he's like freaking out anyway. Like, what is this snow? Yeah, he's. Yeah. I'm on a holy crusade. Everyone's just like, what? Like, listen, why don't you just come inside for a second? Just like sit by the fire. Like, no, I need the dark egg. The what? What do you mean? You need like a chicken? We've got some chickens in the back. Like, you can have some eggs. Like, what's going on, dude? You all right? Like, you need to talk about it. Okay. I think soulstones are either set up in their own or they're in exceptions. That's what I thought. There it is. Yeah, finding these guys is a pain. So. Oh, we got some interesting. Wait, we got some setups though. I won't say anything. Religious fanatics. I mean, they make for great storytelling. You have to see what happens in Dark Egg. I don't know. I don't even know what happens after this. I don't know. Who knows? As far as I'm concerned, Mr. Harbor is the end of the game, dude. I never went past the gates. They said don't go there, and I didn't, you know? That's what I did. You guys are the weird ones that decided to go down the gate, you know what I mean? They tell you straight out. Just sort of lukewarm about this whole spread the word thing. You enjoy it. I mean, yeah, I mean, kind of. It's fine. Yeah, you know, that's an underplayed trope. Like somebody, like the religious guy that like just really doesn't give a shit. And like other people are trying to like, hey, can you give me like some information about your religion? I want to join. I don't know. Let's figure it out. All right, so if I use this, what happens now? Oops. That's sussy. Okay, yeah, kind of. Yeah, please unjoin. That Skysire dude, he's an ass. Like, just you don't have to, like listen, if you just like don't pray, I won't tell on you. All right, so by the time we get to here, we're already done. So we need to like intercept the exception before it even shows up. When do we actually pop out here? This is it, right? This is the whole thing. This is the pop-up. So I guess it really would be here. That's the thing. That's what's going on. State machine's a little awkward for sure, but this is where it would be. We set up the pop-up, potentially. But then we have 2 checks going on before you actually get there. This disables the different options. If you're in combat, this is what starts the pop-up in the first place. So actually, we might be able to do something kind of fun here. Because since we're entering combat, and if you're in the incorrect... Well, this is only if you, like, can't normally do it, so it's fine. Oof. Sometimes, like, just beat the microphone, I guess. There we go. Quick load, jump in here. Boop, boop. I can consume... Then if I try again, I can't use 2 items 1 turn. That's correct. And then if I were to like just hang out for a second. It's not your turn. Nice. There. So both of those now have... I don't like repeating this code though, but it's fine for now. We'll just hang out with that one. I mean, it's only once because soul stones are already like a specific. I have to break the rules for them specifically because they have very weird rules. They don't work like any other item. So I'm like, I'll just be bad code for that one. For that one. All right, that solves soul stones. Don't eat 50 billion soul stones. I don't know what will happen to you, to be honest. I don't know what will happen to you if you eat even one, actually. I mean, there's not really... I don't really know what's happening to you. Like, foundationally, how do you heal that much? You're not supposed to. Yeah, you transcend the dark egg. You become something greater. Something unknown. A small door opens in the dark egg and you want to look inside, but should you? What are soul stones used for? Kind of everything. So there's a small change that I won't talk about, but besides, I will say this much. It is confirmed that soul stones, we're probably going to move towards a soul stone shard system that's closer to like heart. My dad. Yeah, we're moving to a system where we're going to have soul stones and then your dad. But he's also his own soul stone. No, we got like the soul stone shard system. If you've played Legend of Zelda, you might recognize heart pieces, right? That like work up to a big heart piece. Something kind of similar. But the shards, though, will have their own little thing. The current idea right now is that you'll use shards to reset your skill tree. That is the new way to reset your skill tree. You can do it anytime you want. The checkpoints are going to be gone. It's no longer a checkpoint based thing. It's just use your shard if you want. Otherwise, just level up as you go. And then you can combine 3 of them into a big soul stone that lets you level up, get a free level. Or you can do the consume thing. So it gives you like a free pass. It's just like a full heal in the middle of battle. I'm probably going to nerf it a little bit. I might just take away the free turn, I think, because it's a little much. But that's currently what they do. That's currently all they've got, and I think that's reasonable enough. But yeah, I think I like the way that the new skill tree system's working. It feels pretty good because the checkpoint system never really felt. Again, I just feel like the way that like Dark Egg is set up, it's like, I don't know. Checkpoints just feel easily abused to some degree. This is like, why don't we just like avoid the issue altogether? Like, what if instead we just don't have the ability to walk back and heal whenever you want? It's not even that much fun to do anyway. But where was I? What's going on? I forget. Oh yeah, area transitions. Should I do this? I don't know. This one's very superfluous, but like it would be cool if we get it done. The idea is that when you move to a new area for the first time, we'll have like a big banner that shows up. But this is basically going to be brand new because I don't have anything quite like this. So there's a world in which this could be a bad idea. We'll just open the gate real quick just so I can show you. So if I were to walk in here, the game already kind of has like a transition, right? The whole thing pauses, it zooms out or whatever. So the idea would be that like, oh, we're transitioning now? Bruh, people are going crazy. You know, that's a whole... Yeah, you know what? I can't even say anything about it because I'm the developer. If I say anything fun or unfun, then people just assume that I'm correct. So it's like, I love the theory. Like, yeah, I can't say much more than that. It just came out of nowhere. It's just like, what? Yeah. Bro, don't care about my intent. Whatever the story works for you. My intent means nothing. Let's see. We've got I gotta think about how I want to do this because so we have that small transition. We've already got the setup. We've already got the cutscene, if you will. All we need to do is just add something. The question is, what would we add? We could get very artsy about this, but the more artsy we get, the less and less this is going to be a 10-minute project. And it's going to turn into a 10-hour project. And I don't know if it's worth doing that. But The first thought would be like we just put up an animation of it being like handwritten out, but I'm like, yeah, that's that's not in the budget. So then the next thing would just be we do a simple fade. That'd probably be the easiest one. Is like, let's see if I can get my materials up and running. My avant-garde materials. We've already got the whole thing, and so you're just kind of like here having a good time. And you get the text over here. And so it's like saying something kooky, and then the game pauses. You can't do anything. And so during that time, while this fades out, this like a banner could appear here. Fade in. Oh, hi. Glad to hear you love it. Welcome. I hope you have fun. I hope you enjoy your stay, whether it be 1 minute or 1 hour or 100 hours. We'll fade in the middle part here, and then we'll have something that probably just fades in a simple. It'll just be the font you have probably. Oh, maybe we could use the Sabo font since we have it in the game now. It'd just be like the Cold Gates. Boom. Prepare for Todd Howard, baby. The dark egg cracks open and the banner appears out of it. Yeah, well the problem is like then I have to draw that. It's the thing. A fade's boring, but the thing is a fade is also very easy to do programmatically. Now, to be fair, it is true that maybe I could try to like, I don't know, we could see if, could maybe get creative with it. It might be one of those things that's easier to do than you think. But, so we have the dark egg sprite already. So we might be able to like just edit that somehow. How, If I had an egg, what would I name it? I want to make a nice egg here. Oh no. What happened? That's good enough. He's angry. All right. If we just pretend that this was the dark egg sprite that we've already got, then maybe what we could try doing is like it just kind of shatters once, like twice, boop, 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 something like that. That would be pretty easy to do. It could be like 5 frames or something like that at like different intervals. Then if I just cut that piece and split them out, I mean, I don't know, maybe then they could just go flying off the screen. That'd probably be the easiest thing, and then that's where the banner comes in. That might be interesting. That would probably be a bit of a project though. That could easily be at least an hour, depending on, again, how much detail I want to put into that. Well, anywho, I'll keep that in mind. Whoops, that's the wrong thing to disappear. Where is that? Yeah, there it goes. There it goes. So there's the thought. Well, I'm actually gonna just leave this one behind then for a second while I think about what I want to do with that. I need to ponder. We're gonna do a different one here. We're gonna add a sprint action because I've been wanting to add such a thing. I'm gonna zoom in way over here so you don't get too many hidden tidbits. That's the claw swipe. Yeah, just have like a ton of people, a ton of raucous. That would be a very, very strange. Could you imagine like a very intense moment with like the well lady or something like that, you know? And then out of nowhere, you're going back to Mist Harbor and you just hear like confetti poppers and like, and all of a sudden it's just like, congratulations. Like, oh, wow, that's a change. Thanks. What? Excuse me? Sir? I'm gonna call this one Yippee! Make a little, wait, there's something that pops in my head immediately with that. Wait, let me try to find that. The yippee. This doesn't even sound like yippee. Just imagine that on loop. You're like, oh my gosh. Alright, so I've been wanting to do a sprint for a while, actually. This was one of like the first like default abilities you were supposed to have, but then I couldn't figure out how I wanted to do it. It's so low quality because it's from a really old game. It's a game I used to love to hell and beyond. Y'all ever heard of Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine? That is a freaking classic. Now I gotta figure out the way I decided to probably do this. So opinions, here's the thing. The sprint action is supposed to be like, if you play D&D, like you just are able to move twice as much this turn. And also, you can't do anything else. But I don't know how to do that in the current system because the system just has rules and it would require a lot of rule breaking. So instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it so that you use sprint as your action, and then the next turn you just have doubled movement. So it has like a 1 turn delay, but it's effectively the exact same thing. But I'm just curious, would does that immediately like piss anyone off? Like if they were, like would there be anybody who in their mind would just be like, what the heck, this isn't what I ordered, and it's just like, yeah. Because I think it should be fine. It's definitely the much easier way of implementing it, but I'm also like, I mean, this does kind of change how it's used a little bit. Doubles your move speed. It's also not really a sprint, but I guess you could like explain it away by just saying like, no, the first turn is you getting ready, just because people can't just reach max speed immediately. It takes them a second or two. So if you're sprinting, that's you know, getting down on all floors or something and you know, getting ready to run like an animal. So that should be pink punk. What did this guy do? Give me this skill. Just give it to me. This is not going to have like an animation for now. It's going to go with something real simple. There's a whole lot happening here, but we also don't need the turn exception. We don't really need any of these things. Sounds good. Something like that. This action is meant for yourself. Target type ally. Target type self. All of it should be just self. The range is just 1. The MP cost should be 0. Excuse me. No SFX, no animation, no screen shake, no damage. All of this is very unnecessary. What we do need, though, is a status effect. That much is true. Probably should be 2 turns. That sounds about right. Guaranteed chance right on yourself. Give it like 20 frames, I think. Just to like, if we did have a sound effect and animation. Actually, we could probably just reuse the animation. We could probably, I think that'd be fine. Hang on now. Hang on now. Where's the, we'll just reuse the witch's cast animation. That's a good one. I don't really use it that many other places anyway. It's a very good default buff. power, I think. There you are. Alright, we'll play a little sound effect. We got a little diddly. You can click past that. We play an animation or something or other. I'll just copy it word for word, and we'll wait 30 frames. And for now, we'll just give you Blade Storm, which is not it, but it'll be fine enough. Whoops. That's not supposed to happen. I need to go and quickly grab the status effect. Because I need to see how to make this thing. Oh, dude, this thing is like... For some reason, Game Maker is just really struggling right now. All right. Yeah. I feel like that's gonna definitely happen. There has to be at least one or two things I'm going to forget. A couple of shit posts in this game that I'll just forget exist. And then it's just like, oh well, you know. That's patch number 1, removing the cat. Everyone's like, what is this? Is this like a design thing? What's happening? All right. Ooh, it's not learned by default. Right. I forgot about that, because like this is not just like a guarantee. We have to actually add this. Slam is unique in that way. Skill saving is down here. This is one of your defaults. Remove funny cat. That's the only patch note. Could you imagine? Oh man, that'd be hilarious. Whoa. Whoa. Why did it just teleport over like that? Alright, we got the status here. This should be status sprint. We'll just call this sprinting. Good enough. This should be just combat turn entry. Var unit is modifier.unit. If combat controller dot current unit is equal to unit, we should be able to just double this unit's move range. Something like that. Wait, what am I doing? I'm a dumbass. I already have a system for this. Just change the stat. It's a stat effect. There's a stat for this. Why am I making it a special skill for it? I guess maybe if I wanted a specific icon, but who needs that? One true. Problem solved. We don't need no status sprint. What are you on about? Crazy guy over here. Alright, we shouldn't even need to have to like grab it. It's just, yep, this is one of your options. Doubles your move range next turn. So I can just be like, yeah. Plus 100% EOL. That's not right. Anyway. Nice. Oh man, yeah, you can just book it now. All right, it works. All we need now is some kind of SFX, I suppose. Check animation. Add SFX. See why EOL showed up. Otherwise, we're good. What are Mistwalkers? Yeah, it's a great question. I should ask you that. You're the guy who wrote the wiki. All right, turn off the hidden layer. Quick. That's a lot of creative responsibilities. Okay, so I fixed a bug with item pop-ups, showing the wrong message. And then also added sprint action. Works nicely. But yeah, that's the thing. It's just like, this is a much better way of doing sprint. Very quick, very easy. I mean, it was even easier than I thought it would be. But trying to do it the more old-fashioned way of just you move double now is just too tough. There's too much going on there. Okay, we're gonna jump out of here now, because the other thing I wanted to do as well is that the map title should probably be just using... Currently we have this very ugly backing that like works, but you notice that there's kind of like a spear because it's just a box. And so it's like, okay, so this general area is just no good. It just doesn't get drawn. I'm like, we have an outline system. We don't need this. So I'm gonna use an outline instead. We're gonna undo that. We're gonna take that away. But that might be more involved than we think. I'm not sure, because the GUI code also, like, this legitimately needs, I have a to-do here. Everything is ugly and needs cleanup. This whole section is very old and needs a lot of help, and I keep not doing anything about it because it's like, I don't want to touch it. So much stuff going on here, but it should be fine maybe. Because if we just take away this rectangle, then when we actually draw the layer name, the ghostly aspirations, wow, apparitions of Seattle residents. That's tough. That's tough. Seattle's in a hard time. Let's show up here. Let's do draw outline. Draw outline. Got a couple of options here. What is X index? What is that meaning here? Thought we already had this down, but maybe we don't. It's misty over there. Oh, that's true. I didn't even catch that. That is, was not thinking long enough about that. Draw text outline. Oh, I'm so glad when I have two functions that basically say the same thing. Yeesh. Yeah, I think this is just so that we have a wrapper for the whole thing. Is Seattle just like, is that where the Dark Egg is located? That might actually be... So I feel like that's where all the horror games come from. There's also Silent Hill too. Text X, text Y. The text itself. H align. Oh, I don't know. FA center, FA middle looks like. The size, scale twice. 0 angle, that much is true. I'm not gonna make this do backflips. Colors.text. Oh my gosh, it's so many things. We'll just have to do this like this. The outline color would be colors.base. We have an alpha text. Valve's headquarters is definitely that's a horror game ready and waiting. Okay, draw a text outline. Hands off, hope for the best. If we're really lucky, that's it. That's all we need to do. The rest is clean up. Okay, so far so good. Then we come over here, much nicer. Could use a thicker outline, I think. That's not enough. That's not enough contrast for me, personally. Let's try 3. Yeah, people have been waiting for Half-Life 3 for a long time, and I decided to step in. I took care of it. No one expects that. All right, that looks a little... That's okay. I could roll with that, but I'm going to try something different. I think because of the way that one looks like really nice, I guess. So we're going to aim instead and make a blur outline. I'm going to try that. Because that will make it look a lot more, I guess, just nice. Or not. Basically doesn't exist. Did I do something wrong? Let's try upping it to 1. Does the width have anything to do with this? Very interesting. I don't know. Okay, for now, let's make the backing color something that's easier to see. It's meant to blend in with the background because if there's nothing there, we don't need an outline. But right now, I can't see it. Almost something's fighting with it. That's way too tiny. Why is that so tiny? That's just no good. That's very strange. Teeny tiny egg. It's a teeny tiny egg. That's what we call the old teeny tiny egg. It probably starts slowly. Oh, wait. Do we use these? Sneeny. Yeah, I have to think this through. What could be causing this to 0.375? Where else do we use draw text outline with a blur? Because that makes me think perhaps we use it in draw scribble text outline, which is a separate situation. We set it up over here. False. So this is a false, this is a false. This is a pop-in. Literally no one else uses this, which makes me believe perhaps it's just being used incorrectly here. I don't think I use a blur over here either. Very hyper-specific. So I think perhaps I just did this math wrong, or I maybe need to use the scale. We already popped in the scale here, so we have X size in both cases. But let's try that then. Let's try to match it to what we have over here. We already have the text scale, so that's a good first step. That's better. It's very offset though. That's the other problem. I feel like we already figured that out once before, dealing with the offset. Maybe I should just use the scribble blur instead, since we know that one's already working properly. Okay, we want to keep a comment to this so we don't lose it. We're gonna take this, make a copy. Egg.egg equals egg. It definitely do. It definitely do. Do dot align to set up these two. Dot transform to set up these three. Dot blend to get our color and our alpha values. We have our blue, we've got our name and text. We just need our width and our blur, but we've already got that taken care of too. And by using our scribble text, maybe this. You are ready. This is actually a long con interview. Oh, okay, so we just have a blur. That's great. Improvement. Long con interview to figure out our next coder, and you got it. I'm gonna need you to do everything else, by the way. The pay is $4 a day. Text censored. Remember the censored cat? That was fun. Couldn't see that. It was just too much. If your code ever just works, you should really reconsider. That means something broke on the back end. The way you code is by paying me $4.99 a month for a DLC. Yeah, right. Oh, $4 a day? Wow. That's a lot more than I make. I mean, this is better. Still looks like shit, though. You know what I mean? Like, this doesn't really... I mean, I guess it's in the corner, so maybe it's fine. But, like what the hell? Like, that ain't right. That's not supposed to be like that. Meanwhile, over here, it's, you know, I don't know, very thick. It's very thick. Well, the blur is there so that when things overlap... Well, so let me show you what the original idea is here, right? The reason why it's been working like this forever is because if I were to do a quick load here, and then we start going and getting some good stuff going here, right? You got a map, you got a lot of stuff happening. It's a little busy. And so if you have like the map layer here, now the Misted Harbor gets really hard to read, as does all this other stuff. So there used to just be a box to block it all out, right? And then that way you can read Misted Harbor all the time, and then whatever. Otherwise this just gets really messy to look at. This is meant to do the same thing but prettier, because we have an outline system that already does this for us. It's not working out the greatest, but that's the theory anyway. Could just keep the blue and the red. I mean, this, honestly, this looks great. Imagine this as a release version. Got the cat, the blue, the red going crazy everywhere. Whatever that is, if you see by energy insanity, just this pulsating, beating heartbeat. That's awesome. Exactly what we need here. It's pretty good stuff. I could charge like $60 for this. Changes the Comic Sans. I could throw that in here. Don't even, you know, you shouldn't even say that because I absolutely can pull that off. Talk about a threat. I will change all the text in this game to Comic Sans if you don't behave. I'll change all the text to Wingdings. Hang on. Create font. Oh boy. All right, what do you want? Wingdings 1, 2, or 3? Why do they even have 3 of these? What, are these supposed to like represent something? I never figured that out. FNT good time. It's very good that we're spending time on this. Where do I even put fonts? I actually don't remember. There they are. Nice. That's good. I'm gonna leave that in there. We're gonna leave that there. It froze? Did it freeze the game? Okay. Holy cow, these are more strong than I thought. Oh, you wanted Wingdings too? I didn't even notice. There we go. I can make everybody happy, see? Problem solved. Alright, I had to somehow offset this blur up. This blur box. Oh wait, whoa, that's actually cool. That's new. Wait. Oh, they actually give you like a little preview. That didn't used to always, that wasn't a thing for a long time. You just had to like, you just had to guess. Like, it's just like, oh, well, I bet this is what fuchsia looks like. That's a nice, I don't even know when they changed that. All right, so we have an offset system that should be able to handle this kind of, but it just doesn't seem to be working correctly for this text in particular. I don't know if that's due to like a scaling thing or a positioning thing or who knows what. Really could be just about anything, honestly. We could literally just offset it this way though by just adding just a little bit of extra text. When will the One Piece be added? That's a great question. I'll have to get back to you on that one. Yeah, if I just shove this over a bit, I mean, that's a little hacky, but it works. It does work. Shove it over right and down on the grid, and then it's like, it's fine. No one has to know. Well, I guess you guys know. Oh, that's too much. That's a lot. In the meantime, though, I mean, I'm pretty satisfied with the way this setup works if I can figure out why the math is wrong. So I'll go ahead and start cutting all this stuff. For these two, we don't want the box anymore. We got this other stuff set up. We'll do draw layer name. Set up a region. And oh, this is the wrong thing. End region. There we go. Now we can remove all 4 of these actually, because we don't need to set any of this stuff. Which does that should be nicer for yeah, please clean this up. Someday old past me. Yeah, change it to neon. I'll do like rainbow, honestly. All right. In all seriousness, let's try to get these down to some solid order. some more solid numbers. This is gonna be like 16. I think this needs to be more like 12. Though honestly, the 32 looked pretty good. We should probably move this now to colors dot base. That won't activate for this round. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. I might reduce that even a little bit more. Let's just do 10. And we might be just fine there. In the future, I might squeeze the other things too, but I shouldn't get too deep with this because we're going to be moving this upward anyway, so we'll want to see how that looks in the future. But yeah, see, that's pretty much all it's meant to do. So it's just like when this goes over here, you don't have text on text. It takes priority. I like that. It's kind of nice. It's very gentle, but still does the trick. And also, this also is a much smoother movement because it's just using the actual base text colors. That was not the case for the box. The box, I had to like hard code that to the 4 colors, so it kind of would just blink. So, anyway, someday we can maybe make that clean as so far I wanted, but, you know, not today. All right, what do we call this? How to blur out? Are there sound effects when opening your library? There's sound effects when you click on things now, not necessarily for the, I'm sorry, library. What am I saying? Inventory. I'll just put words in your mouth. That's what you asked, right? About the library. Yeah, if you like, we still got the hover sound, but now if you click, there's like a little thingly thing. My local library. That's my inventory. They're very kind that way. Alrighty. So that takes care of the map title situation. My longbow's under the fiction section. I put the arrows in the non-fiction section as a warning. Let's see. Well, there's another bug we could try to deal with. This one, I have a sneaking suspicion that this is... I've been wanting to solve this one, so I'm kind of biased, but I also have a suspicion that this will be very complicated, actually. This just seems like one of those things that's not easily fixable. So, if I just give myself a bunch of agility here real quick. Let's try this again. I want to get there on the first turn if possible. Make this nice and easy. This may have, you know, some people may have noticed this. Well, actually, I should just show how it's like, you know, the good version, right? If you just were to use Surge, right? And maybe y'all remember this, right? This is the little dash ability. Click on somebody, you jump to them, whatever, and then you know, teleport behind you. Nothing personal, kid. If you like teleport into something, I need to handle that. So I do have some systems to handle that. And it's fine if you're very close. Like, that's great. You just kind of, it starts at this point where you're supposed to be, and it searches in a cycle until it finds a place where it can place you. Just kind of goes around and around like that. But what happens, like, I think the assumed sort of action should be, if you were to use it like this, you should just probably pop up like here or here, something like that. Instead, okay, that's new. All right, there I am. So that is something that's existed since the demo. I have never fixed it. I would like to, but I don't actually know. I've checked this before and I don't know why it does that. You just just imagine for a second, yeah, jumping just off the fucking bridge and just flying into the distance, and the Sky Sayer is like, what? What the heck is that? Like, it's totally fine here, but as soon as you get too close, it's a bad time. Okay, so that time I didn't even move, so that's the other alternative, I guess. Probably just because we won. So, yeah, right. Now I have to remember where this function even is. I think it's map movement. I suppose, you know, now thinking about that though, that would be a hilarious way of dealing with it, of just being like, listen, I can't handle this problem, so you actually do just fall off the building and I just kill you. Like, if you use Surge when you're that close, you just fall. And then that's... Oh yeah, we're saying the exact same thing. Like, yeah, just... I couldn't fix the bug, so I turned into a feature instead. You just... you just die. It's a true if the surge starts from within the area. So I think what's happening is that, like... So... Hang on. Just gotta Todd Howard this a little bit. All right, this is fine. We come back. So basically the gist is, right, this is the actual Skysire, like, map. And what's happening here is you're sitting here, you come out to here. Wait, why are you not moving? There you go. Blah, blah. And then we try to move. And you are now parsing way back forward, and I think it has to do with out of bounds is what's going on, right? Because you're entering into the out of bounds area trying to cycle here. And so now the game has to figure out where to put you. And so, again, the system is supposed to just search in a circle and then slowly expand outward until eventually it clips into here, ideally. And so the theory is, at least right now, I never did prove this, is that maybe what's happening is that in the process, it like clips out here first. And that's why you just suddenly pop out here instead. So if that's the case, then we have to figure out what to change about this algorithm so that doesn't happen. But I also need to prove that that's what's happening in the first place. But that's my theory. That's what I think is going on. Because sometimes you'll do it and you'll show up over here instead too. So it's like, might be wrong. But that's the deal. It's like the game has to figure out where to place you when you're out here. And that's easier said than done because it obviously, you know, I don't know. It's hard to like, because before it used to just place you the closest place it possibly could that was free. And so oftentimes that meant it would place you outside over here in the no man's land. That was a bug for a bit. You could just leave and then just go on your merry way. In fact, arguably that's still a bug. I just fixed it. I don't know what's going on with that, by the way. That's just a weird game maker bug. It's just sometimes for some reason the room map list just loses its mind for a second. But yeah, if I were to remove these outer bound edges, you probably could just still leave, I think. Just theoretically, let's just pull that out there and see. Okay, let's give ourselves every ability again. Let's give ourselves a lot of agility. Let's go hang out with the Skysire. How's it going, buddy? How you doing? All right. I'll see you later. Later. Just kind of. Oh, actually, we're actually still technically in the hitbox, so we're not. I think I have like this new failsafe where there's like a small little line of you can't move past here. Thanks, but yeah, I mean, it's like good luck, kid. Wow, that's a lot of range. I forgot you could do that. Okay, my bad. Never mind. All right, actually, you're more dangerous than I thought. I forgot. I think I gave him infinite range. You can run, but you can't hide. It's like the epitome of that. All right, so anyway, we just have to make this thing smarter. I have to remember where the hell that code even is, though. There are multiple places. Stage movement. That sounds like a good. That sounds like a good start. Move teleport. I remember that much. Hitbox. Find closest point. I'm pretty sure this is the offender right here. Okay. Okay, yeah. So this is a big one. I think this uses like pixel precision to do so as well. I remember at one point I tried to like simplify this, but like it actually, sometimes you actually need that pixel precision. Of course, this is happening in a turn-based game, so it's like, it's okay if it tanks for a second because it's literally a turn. The game's already paused. But yeah, I mean, this is a doozy. I forgot all about this. Anyway, let's see. I think what we want is in this thing, we check every possible thing. Do we have anything beforehand that would checks through? I guess we could just do X cell, Y cell. Your starting grid would probably be this thing. Let's just print a bunch of information for me. Whoa. There you are. Then every step will just print what we ended up getting, and then we'll print whatever the closest point was. Do we return early? Yes, we do. So that makes things a little bit difficult, but not too bad. Just gotta put it out here instead. And now we see. We get a lot of data and we see how it looks. I'm going on a vacation, dude. I suppose the angle matters a lot too. I should also test that, see how that goes. Yeah, oh, that's a lot of printing. A lot just happened there. Yeah, goodbye. All right. So. I should have also printed where I was, like, wow, look at that. That's a lot of checks. I should have also printed where, like, the unit is. Well, I mean, why not? Let's just do that. There's literally no downside to just jumping in and doing that again. Actually, I have to pee, so it's a nice opportunity. I'll just, like, run this real quick. And then pee. I wonder if I can pee faster than this thing runs. Probably not. Considering I still have to do a bunch of stuff first, but... Okay. BRB. Alrighty, I'm back. What was it? Is it sub 1 minute yet? Oh. That had to be like, I mean, it had to be, oof, 2 minutes. Dang. I'm getting sloppy. Alrighty. Where are we at with all this? Ending. Did we, like, never hit an ending point? Oh, that's weird. Did we never hit this point at all? Very interesting. So we did unit, we did a thing, find closest point. And apparently when we got down to here, we didn't actually print the ending point. Yeah, I gotta really just start forcing it out. I didn't do the stair skip, and I did not do the shotgun shells trick. Did not piss like a charge rifle, as one might say. Got to really improve my strategies here. Of course, if you do the animation cancel where you just don't take off your pants, that also gives you a huge speed boost. Let's see, I start at 976,448. That's where I'm supposed to be. Okay, so now let's get out a notepad. This is about to get very complicated. Maybe. This is gonna be how we walk it on. Yeah, discussing how to piss as fast as possible. Well, I guess if I just get a diaper, that's like the ultimate speedrun strat. Like, there's literally no way to stop that. Our starting thing, so, okay, unfortunately there's no way. Maybe I can, like, hang on. There we go. Because this is just, you know, there's no way to zoom in naturally. But this is pretty much what we're going to be working with for the next however long, so gonna have to make that at least a little less painful. This Y value is almost identical to this one, so that's the first thing to consider, right? The Y values are pretty much identical. In an ideal world, that means that this function should try to keep that in mind. It should try to understand that, like, oh, these Y values are very close. Let's not change them because that doesn't make any sense. Or we should be, like, reluctant to change those. Ironically, the Y value is the thing that changed the most because you just go sailing downward. Over here, though, so we start checking different values, right? We're moving up and down all around, right? And you can kind of see how it just starts to spiral outward. We're going all kinds of places. They should keep oscillating, right? We start at 446. We go down to 444 at one point, up to 445, 450, my mistake. We found 440 again. 454, 38, and this is going to go on forever, right? This continues to go up and down as it continues to spiral. So, yeah, I mean, this is a lot of oscillation. We're checking every pixel, we are, to make sure, you know, one of them to try to find the one that's absolutely closest. And then we come down here. And my guess is, as we're doing all these different checks, we're at 311.64. That's way low. And then as we're moving left, that's when we find it. So yeah, I think that does prove my hypothesis then, that it is in fact just spiraling outward, and it finds a spot, and it's just really, really low and off kilter because that's how that goes. Also, I can't zoom this low enough, so. That's what I'm looking at. Hooray. All right, let's zoom this out again. I don't know a good way of doing this. This is going to be a pain. Brilliant. Is that right? How did I do this before? Did I just squish this? Why is it og and not egg? Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, the OGG. I don't know. You should contact them and ask them why they didn't name their file properly. It's probably just a misspelling on their end.
Yeah, that's just a
bad file name. They didn't think it through. Or maybe that's just like the sound someone made and they're like, oh, is that the name of it? They're like in a booth trying to figure out like, okay, what do we have to put some kind of acronym in here. What do we want? And some dude like stubs his toe. He's like, oh, and they're like, oh, that could work. Yeah, it's like, yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. It was supposed to be like that. All right. So this script is basically working exactly as intended, and it's just finding a spot very low at the time, which is unfortunate. And the other problem is I don't know exactly how we're going to fix that. So this is the more complicated solution, or problem, I should say, right? Because we have to figure out now. We got to figure out like a different algorithm to do this. The problem is you have to find an algorithm that works for basically every situation, right? Because if you were to imagine somebody was here and I'm here, we can't just like parse backwards, because if I'm supposed to be here, I'm supposed to teleport, you would want me to be as close as I can. So maybe I would show up in this location or in like this location or something. But if we just parse backwards because we're trying to stay close, then what might happen is we try to teleport here and then we just keep working backwards until we parse over here. And that's not what you'd expect. And so right now, the circling solutions seem like the best choice at the time, but it is creating one downside of just, if you do try to go all the way out here, it will keep circling until eventually it finds something that was not supposed to be the best choice. Now this also just because this is just such a flat wall. It's a specific value. Dark surge removed. Yep, that's probably the best solution at this point. They get put back to the original value. Like a limiter. That's probably a pretty good idea. Try to put like some kind of hard limit. I wonder if there's there's got to be. I'm gonna start barking up that tree instead. I don't want to change this formula too much because I do like that it's just very good at finding a close spot in almost every case. It's just this is just one of the edge cases. So rather than changing it, let's see if we can find maybe an exception. So it's like if the numbers are really, really far off, we do like some kind of comparison value based on the size of the sprite, because bigger sprites would naturally just have bigger differences because there'd be less room from place to place. But in this case, we're looking at a 137 pixel difference, which is pretty huge for what is supposed to be a 32 by 32 type of creature. That's very excessive. You usually assume something went weird. Yeah, that happens pretty much every time. I'm curious if this will ever hit the top portion. Nope, because it's always going down. It's always going clockwise. This is where we start. All right, we don't need to print all these anymore. I think we got it. So yeah, your name is specifically for the amazing ideas. I'll even put that dash amazing ideas. Yeah, Jerky Man is unfortunately. I mean, I could give him like 900 HP just for the hell of it. I'm gonna put. That's the secret. Y'all think you're getting put in the credits, but I'm actually just gonna put you as an enemy. It's just like, just a guy. It's just like, what? This is what I asked for. All of you are basically just the meat man. All 1 HP, just walking around, having a good time. So at this point, we've actually like succeeded. We've reached nirvana. So this is where I think we need to have. Yeah, he's just having a great time eating jerky. I could also just imagine a duck waltzing in and just shoulder checking him and then leaving. I think both of those things would be very fun and interesting to envision. I need a new variable here. We're gonna call this X start and Y start. So we can save these. Because then we've got these over here, we could just do var. Actually, no, this way do. It can finally experience death. Ah, oh, thank God. Featured in the hit indie game, Dark Egg, no explanation needed. Why would you need to explain yourself? Everyone knows what Dark Egg is. I mean, just look me up on Google. Dark Egg. He shows up first page. It actually does. Our X equals the X start. That gives us two things. Now we just need to do a quick test to make sure nothing's broken. You'd be surprised at how much small things like that break. So we're gonna just go ahead and make sure that everything works as we expect. And then we're gonna compare X start and Y start. We're gonna see if we can do something with this. There's a world where perhaps I can try to like adjust the current positions. Jump in here. Oh, I hit the wrong button. I don't know what I've done. Doesn't seem like it's a good thing though. All right, how's it going, bud? How's it going, dude? Hey, how's it going? How's the weather? Don't mind me. Ugh, okay. Whoa! 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 This is what I'm talking about. This is new. All right, so wow, we can still advance the game. Holy God. What is happening? Whoa, I can still see it. What is this? Oh no. All right, I gotta get the full screen here. There's so much to entertain. It just keeps getting worse. Oh my gosh. Wait, is this like a shape? Like, look at that. It's like a rectangle. This is true gameplay, baby. Yeah, it's like a square. What is this? Why did it just build a massive square? I've never seen anything like it. This guy's I never stood a chance. You don't even know. You have no clue what I'm capable of. I don't even know what I'm capable of. All right, what even broke? Let's see. Local variable Y cell not set before reading it. What do you mean? What did I do? How is this not set? We literally just set it in here. Didn't we? All right. Let's line 75 it is? No, that's not it. All right, I need to just copy and paste. This is too difficult to look at. I need more space. I could probably just do that here. Ink. Gotta break this down. So where do we start from? Local variable Y cell not set. We jump into action finished, comma controller, action skill. All this is as expected. Then this is where things start getting real weird. Line 54. Perform stage. Target swap do stage. Line 102. Stage movement. Line 75. Find closest point. Line 94. Got it. All right. 94. Angle. Right here. Okay, right here we need to determine. Fair. You know what? Let's just, for safety's sake, we'll just set this here then. Problem solved, right? Now, no matter what happens. What the hell are you guys saying over here? A weapon to surpass Metal Gear. What Japanese is that? Oh boy, it's been too long. Supa suku Kue? Kue? I gotta figure this out now. I've got a new important thing here. Oh shoot, I forget what that last one is. Sounds like super square. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's probably correct. Because you have sukue ata ku. I'm not sure what the last one's going on though. I guess it's been too long. I'll just assume it's combo. I mean, that sounds about right. This just reminds me, I gotta start learning my Japanese again. What the hell was I doing? Oh yeah. Dang. I'm not entirely sure that you know some Japanese. You know, very, very true. It's a reasonable thing to be suspicious of. All right. That worked. We're fine now. We don't have the massive hitbox. We teleported into the incorrect spot. We're back where we're supposed to be. Hooah. Okay, so we've got these big numbers here that look about right. We can use these now. Big difference in changes here. Oh, this is where we wanted to go. This is where we ended up. Are you some kind of weeaboo? Oh, I'm sorry, weebaboo. You know what? I'll neither confirm nor deny. You don't need to know that. Although I did have ulterior motives for learning Japanese. See, this is the thing. I'm not even sure what to do now because it's like, okay, we got these things. These are big numbers. These are big differences, but maybe you teleport it into the, I don't know, into the abyss, for instance. Like, oh yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. That's why these numbers are big. How can we train this to understand what's okay? Do you watch some animes? Oh, I watch some anime. I used to watch anime. I read manga more often now, to be honest. I don't know. I feel like a lot of animes are very slow paced. I think that's partially just for budget reasons. Like, just way too many times when I've like been watching anime and then out of nowhere, just like you get like 3 people talking in a car for like 4 minutes, and you're like, all right, this did not need to, this did not need to be like this. So it's like, I don't know. Manga just feels better at that because it's like you just read it as fast as you can, you know. If I need more time, I can just keep reading it. And if I'm done, I can move on. Like, I don't have to wait for them to speak it. Trust me, One Piece gets real good. Well, that's an especially some of those old style anime. Like, dude, there's a few of them like that. I don't even know. Like, there's almost like a class of their own, right? Like old shonen anime that just go on forever. Jeez, I forgot all about this. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Booga, for reminding me why we're even here. Right, tie the space. That's not a bad idea, actually. Tying it to the actual target. Well, I mean, so this function in particular is just trying to find the closest point. Oh, wait, what's this? Oh. Wait, huh? ID? ID of who? With the target. Interesting. Okay, so what we have, that would mean it would be, so this is moving me. Or just a manifestation of some sort of attention to, that's exactly what this is. You guys give me ADD immediately. This is ridiculous. Is this what ADD is actually like? That's fucking terrible. We have the closest, anyway, back to this. It's a real mood swing every time. So the three pieces of information we have are the U, that would be the player in this case, and then the point that we're trying to go to. And then we try to figure out if we're trying to use the grid. I don't know what that means. I'm going to ignore it for now. We're saying false anyway, so it probably doesn't matter that much. Use grid. What? Excuse me? What grid? Anyway, find closest point. Boom. Jump in here. Great. We could try to tie this to the actual unit. That means we would actually have access to unit.x in here and unit.y. We would not have access to the target. Surge in particular, though, since it is guaranteeing a target, that actually could work very well of trying to just oscillate the target instead. But as a function as a whole, it wouldn't work because the function just wants where you're supposed to be, and then it'll find a spot for you. 4 plus 1 piece. No, Mayoster, I'd get a copyright infringement for that. I can't just put on whatever the hell I want. Daddy will get sued. Yeah, this one's a tough one. This one's a really tough one. What about my no fun? Did you forget an E there? You stupid. Yeah, as Subway server. We were literally just talking about that last time. Putting Subway servers in like the corner so people don't lose attention. You could have like ASMR in one corner, then Subway surfers, and then like some like SNL bit. It's just like an absolute deluge of information, and you know, get those clicks, guys. I swear the stream's fun. Just like, what kind of weird ass dystopia are we in? Like, your weirdly disheveled face. Just like a little bit like, you know, like my shirt is just like a little bit ripped open and I'm just like greasy for some reason. Yeah, AI generated art and then like slightly AI generated me. And it's just like, we're already there. I've got a brand. Like, we're 90% of the way there. Problem's freaking solved. I mean, I like to imagine just a world where we just like, just cheat. It's not possible, but you know, like what if we just do minus 150 and just call it a day? It's like 120. Just put a bunch of irrelevant. I have considered that. I just keep it deleted. I have tried doing that with like TikTok. I remember back when I was making TikToks, I was trying to figure out like to get the most relevant tags possible. But I was curious about potentially just like, what if you just throw every tag, like every popular tag on? Like, could you get in trouble for that? Would anyone really do anything about it? Like, you just kind of, it's like, bruh, live with it. Yeah, see, now we're just inside of him. So this is actually a good example of showing why we need this function, right? Although this does actually give me an idea, though. I wonder. Okay, so this is where we actually ended. So, okay, it's talking about maximums and talking about binding. Let's try binding it to the unit X, maybe. The unit X and the unit Y. Now we're just inside of him. Put that. Quick, someone clip that. That's content, baby. If we jump into this here, and we're moving around this here, and we're going around this thing here, we might be able to decide. How do we decide to turn? When do we decide to turn? Okay. Idea building. X maxim. We'll just start with like something small, like 50. Y maxim. Yeah, I don't know what kind of fanfiction you're writing over there, Papa Duck, but I think you should really get on top of it. You're gonna have to be the change you want to see in the world for that one. X maximum, Y maximum. Here's the idea is that we want to graphically describes it. Well, that might be a different. I think that's gonna have to be a different game. Although I mean, there's nothing saying we couldn't. Dark Egg X-rated. You know what? I don't need to explain it to you. You have to figure it out yourself. Get on top of it. You know. Dark sex. This is getting weirder and weirder real fast. Dark triple X, baby. Censored for your enjoyment. Okay, so the idea behind this was that we'd have a maximum of some kind that we would exploit, but that still isn't going to be as ideal. Because we need to improve these maximums at some point. Swiftly changing topic. At some point, we'd have to expand these maximums because if we couldn't find a valid spot within these maximums, we'd have to change how the algorithm works a little bit. But that might be okay. So, if we take these, I think we still need to just, this is still not going to work. We can't change it back down here because we're not doing the collision checks properly anymore. It just is not going to roll well. We cut this down here, take these over here. Y maxim is equal to X maxim times global.y factor. Now what we do is that if we just, I'm gonna have to turn my brain off of the chat for just a second so I can actually make some progress somewhere. We got the segment, we're moving forward, trying to see if this hits the length, which is increasing every single step that we, every time we turn, we increase it by 1 to figure out so we can actually trace a path. And then what we're trying to aim here, we might even just be able to use the X maximum, honestly. But for now, we basically are trying to see, this is how we turn. And let me pull out the art book right now. Here we've been talking. If we're here and we're here, we're going out to this place and boom, boom. And so we start out this way and we slowly keep tracing. What happens if we hit 50 over on this side, right? Actually, it'd be better to say, what happens if we hit 50 here? This one will hit first. Then, what should happen? Ideally, we'd want this to basically go like, just skip all of these and then go down, skip, skip. So each time just don't increase. All right, that's the thought. Same exact thing, just don't increase. That's all. Segment pass equals segment length. Turn here. X previous equals X direction. The Y direction, X previous. Current X diff is is equal to x start minus x cell. That's an equal sign. Y diff. So y start minus y cell. Oof, that's tough. So now there's new nart? New nart? Why did I say nart? There's new art? I didn't see it. I know there's the one, you know, the wacky one. Where he's got like that big long face and he's just like a weird smiley guy. Oh yeah, see ya. It's getting pretty late. Interesting. I've just gained new knowledge about you. Just in the real creepy real fast. Wait, someone trace his time zone quick. Bruh, Staravia is a freaking pompous guy. Is that the one that's got like the little loop? Yeah. Wait, is that the max one or Star Raptor? Is it? No. Yeah, Staravia is weirdo. Star Raptor is like, you know, finally came into his own. Starly is just like a baby, and he's just like, he's just having a phase. Yeah, we know he's not American that much. That we can guarantee that much. It's really narrowed it down. If we create a difference between these two, we can then try to figure out how far away they are from the maxim. And then we basically just say, whoops, that's what we say. The Boolean that we're trying to check for is going to be x diff is greater than or equal to the maxim. Same thing with y. And then we use these to basically slow things down a bit. So in this situation, x previous, we just save this. We're just trying to swap these around. The x direction is either going to be left or right. Oh, yeah, I'll keep that in mind. We know they're not in America, that's for sure. We go from x-dir, y-dir. Guillotines were invented. Woo! That's the best piece of history I've ever learned. Well, they're not known for anything else, right? I should say. We need to... I have to think this math. Extra could be... Let's assume it starts left, or starts right. It's whatever the negative was. So that means if we're moving up right now, then this would be negative, which means this becomes positive, so now we move right. Meanwhile, this direction is equal to whatever this was before, which means it was 0-ish. Fascinating. Go to sleep, French person. How aggressive. That's just the natural way. What would be the change I need to make sure that this gets zeroed out? Actually, I don't know why I'm doing it this confusingly, right? It would actually be way better to just do if this and then just overwrite it. It's not quite as like clean, I guess, but it's way easier to understand. Diff equals 0. Or right, y dir, x dir. This is a way better way of doing it. Boom. Boom. So So now don't change anything weird like that. No, ain't no point. Ain't no point. But what's word? Be the best way to comment this. Okay, that should be fine. So that means that then we get capped and we stop moving. And now I just need to actually print these each time. Because Lord knows we're going to hit the maximum and then we're going to hang. So be prepared for soft lock. But I want to make sure this is working at least as I intend it to. Because then the hope is that we continue expanding it outward bit by bit. Giving more of a grace period, but this time we're actually using a squeeze factor. Should hopefully get it closer to where I'm supposed to be. I'm gonna have to test this in multiple cases anyway. Yep. So at some point, what ends up happening, we get to 31 and 30.9, then 32.50. That's just what we hang at for a while. Because we don't change that until here, put that down here. I don't know, this is getting complicated fast. Let's try something a little simpler. Just throw this here instead. I think this will be fine. I mean, there's nothing that explicitly says it has to be pixel perfect. It's just the easiest way to move. Just better. You know, I'm gonna just do something real quick. Just to make this easier. Whoa. Happened again. What is this freeze, dude? What is it doing? How in the world does... How is GameMaker freezing in such a way that it just shows my desktop? That's like the most bizarre freeze. What is that? What's going on? We're gonna make the Skysider have 0 agility. Just to really simplify. And we're gonna give him some friends. I want to try this at all angles. Yeah, secretly doxed. And I don't think I have anything bad on there. But, you know, I mean, shoot, I don't know. You might see my lakefront village sound effect that I still need to actually put in the game. I jump in here. The file. That's actually correct. So to the edge, that's actually pretty good. That's also kind of not really fair either. because these angles are actually like a lot better. We want these to go out into the abyss. So this, at these angles, it's working a lot better. Also, we're about to just get destroyed. I'm gonna give myself some constitution. Here we go. There we go. So I can't die when they... We know your name is Transcend Dark Egg Pixels, baby. It's a good thing my doors are locked. Okay, there we go. So yeah, that one's not ideal. Just getting torched, dude. Alright, try this again. Let's take away all of my strength so I don't hurt him. You definitely noticed the lag, right? Definitely quite a thing. We get up right on this guy. Yeesh. It didn't even go anywhere. Well, I guess that's the closest location. Or perhaps it's just because I killed him, so nothing happens. I'm not even sure. Yeah, I mean, that works pretty well. So it's like, it's mostly good. The angles are pretty good. This one seems to be the most problematic one for sure. The Skystar probably is sending to me to hell for all I know. He seems like the kind of guy that would do that. Real kind fellow, you know? Okay, so we start, for our first goal is to try to move towards where we are, and then from there we start to spiral. Bit by bit by bit. I guess... What if we spiral and we put a weight rather than a maximum? Let's just use a weight based on the difference between you and the goal. Print unit.x and x start. Unit.y, y start. Unit.x minus x start. What if you're do not spiral? Well, if we don't spiral, then we don't know where to check for. Because we're trying to find the closest point possible. If given a point, what's the closest place we could possibly be to that point without being in collision? Spiral is just the most efficient way I've found to do that. But it's not like it's necessarily required. It's just that then the alternative is simply that we then go left, go up, go down, go right. Maybe some kind of corner cuts too. Might work. The third reason, and I'm biased, is just because I don't want to make a new algorithm. But like the other one might actually work pretty well, but it's just like I have to rebuild the whole thing from scratch to do that. So I'm trying to hope I can make this just work. We try to get a corner. It's a bit more awkward. Whoa, boy. Oh boy, we got it back. Rectangle time. Well, the problem is if you just take the line and go straight back to where the player is, that might not actually be the closest point. It might actually be very far off. And so you end up with a different problem. In this case, it would actually be correct. It would work out great. But like, again, like if the Sky Star were here and you're here and you tried jumping in there, it would just start crawling backward and it would say the closest point to like here is actually here. And you'd prefer it to be more like there, if that makes sense. Yeah, super, bring back the friggin' Japanese at this point. Whack, dude. I really don't know what's up with that, but that is hilarious. Oh, because we don't define unit? Oh, because it's named interactable, I see. Gotcha. Problem solved. So if this bugs out, that is, I just really want to like think about that for a second though. If this bugs out and fails to send proper coordinates, the result is a giant rectangle that moves with your mouse. Like, that is insane to think about. Where is the connection? And this is my own code, dude. Couldn't you just reverse the surge movement? I mean, you could. It's just that then you wouldn't move anywhere, right? Because again, we have to like figure out, this has to work for every situation, not just this one. So for this one, again, if we reverse the surge movement, you pop right back and it's like, awesome, nice. But if you were to do something like here, right, you would assume that you probably should just pop right around here. That's what the player would expect. If we just reverse the surge movement, you'd jump in and immediately ping pong right back and it'd be like, wait, what? You know? Although, to be fair, I actually could just write that down. I could just change the rules and just say, you know, jump into terrain. If you fall into terrain, then therefore, like, it doesn't count. That would be the new rule. So rather than just being shoved to the side, it just cancels the movement. I've seen plenty of games do stuff like that. So that actually would work. I guess it's just a question of what our aims are. Right now, the idea is that surge is more of a movement ability. So the movement's the part that we want to try to keep as much as we can. That hits the dash. Okay, so that actually is legitimately, that is one movement effect that does work. There's two types of movements. One of them is this teleport, where you just kind of frickin' hop somewhere. And the other one is an actual, just like, do I have an ability that would show it? I guess I could wait for the Sky Star to use it, but that'll take too long. There's one that like actually just shoves the unit backward. And then, yeah, that one actually has full terrain collision. It works great. At least in this case, the surge, if you try moving forward, I would still have to blink you somewhere. So I would still have to blink you here first in front of them so you could actually teleport behind them. Because otherwise you would just like jump at them and then stop here, if that makes any sense. All of this saying, you know, this, oops, I didn't mean to do that. Everything we've been saying, though, just seems to indicate that maybe I really should just remove Surge or just change its rules. Version 5.8, Surge removed, no note. Because it's like, what a number of problems. But anyway, still, that's the idea behind this. Function and what's going on with Surge specifically. Is that we want it to move you. We do want it to teleport you behind and demoted to Lieutenant Surge. Poor guy. Didn't even stand a chance. Couldn't even make it past the demo. Here's our first setup. Yeah, well, that's the thing. So, I mean, the way the function's actually working, if there's nothing blocking you from being there, it works great because then you just teleport right there. Problem solved. If there's something small blocking you, no big deal because it'll again spiral. Let me open up this thing again. It's kind of based on distance, I guess, or what's the word? Just scale. It's like if it's a tiny little thing, it just has to move a little bit and it'll get you somewhere very close. The problem here is just because it's a giant wall. So by the time we get out here, we've had time for this spiral to build out to a huge point. And so now you're like way off. But that's also why I'm kind of trying to put a weight on this to avoid that. So it keeps the spiral ideally more like, you know, more like an oval. So maybe it's more just like this because it knows that your Y factor is very close, but you still want to check a little bit above and below because if you just do backwards and forwards, you might miss a free open thing if it's just like a thin wall in face. Oops, I didn't mean to do this. That's my bad. But still, we have like about 190 of a difference. Actually, I could probably change this. Well, these could be, yeah, who knows. This should probably be swapped though, since it should be negative if you're moving left and positive if you're moving right. Yeah, no, I mean, there's those drawings are meant for the current situation and the current situation only. Bring out the calculator, baby. Boom. So then, yeah, Y is like 20. And so that difference is huge, right? We're looking at literally like 20 pixels versus 190. So if I can make this, if I could just change this, so I'm going to go ahead and make two variables for this. These will just be normal. We'll put them here. At normal, they should just be 1, right? But if there's a huge difference between these two, we can increase one of these. And that's currently where my brain is right now. So I'm thinking maybe we just do something like this. 190 divided by 20 gives you 9.5. That's probably too much. 0.1. Maybe. Just do that. I don't know if we need both of those, but... Okay, let's think this. Because if I do both of those at the same time, if I were to do the difference... So this would be, by the way, these two. The difference between Y start and the interactable Y. X start and the interactable X. Between these two things, establish weights based on relative distance. Focus one direction more if further away. This is the difference that we're going to be working with. This one's 190. So if we take this bad boy and divide that by 20, then we get a huge number for X weight, which is a little excessive. But I know what we can do is do a minimum of 1. So take the minimum between these two. Because then X would have like 9 and then Y would have 0.1, which means that's actually like a huge difference between the two. That ends up becoming like a 95 times difference, which is way too much, instead of like a 10 times difference, which still feels like it might be too much, but we gotta chill. For now, gotta find something to work with, so we'll just try this first. So this means that Y should be working 10 times slower, which again, this is making this function really, really expensive, but we can fix that in the future. It's better to make it work first. But yeah, Y should move 10 times slower now because we're so much closer to it. And it means the relative distance actually cares. And then in the flip side, the same thing should happen if you're going against like an X position. Or this guy over here should have the same kind of effect. Gonna see what happens. Okay. Okay. Not what was thought to be. Okay. Right. So, instead we just go to the top corner. I'm thinking something happened that made that go way too high up. Oh. Actually, yeah, wait. Var X diff. Dink. Dink. Pull these out. I made a silly mistake, a silly gaffe. Yeah, I didn't actually do the division here. I didn't swap these two. So the numbers became huge. Okay, now we try that again. Okay. Not bad. Yeah, I mean, I'd probably prefer it more around here, but honestly, like, that's not terrible. Let's see how it works if it's supposed to be quote-unquote normal. That's good. That's about the behavior we're looking for. Yep. I need to give myself more MP. All right, I should probably pop some around here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. We're probably, I think it's probably because we're literally at maybe like 0Y right now. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. His back is literally to the wall, so I feel like in that one case, if he doesn't teleport behind, nothing personal, kid, it probably would be reasonable enough. It's like a unique situation, you know? It's like that's his back's to the wall. Yeah, you can't teleport behind somebody if you'll be in the wall. All right, I need a rule of dashes into a fucking black hole. Yeah, unfortunate. Current thought says the Y became like actually 0. So mayhaps we try something else. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too, Maester. It's something along those lines of like a minimum, like there's a certain point where you just can't go that low. Well, I'm also thinking too, for the sake of this will lose a bit of precision, but maybe that's fine. It's not like it needs to be pixel perfect every time. Maybe instead what we try to do is we increase the X cell instead, right? So we just make the X move further. So in this case, it would basically be do the maximum between these two. So this means that now Y will move 1, X would move 9.5. Still basically the same. It's basically a 10 times difference between the two at this point. But it's just inversed. And see how that goes. Because, yeah, those numbers just get way too small. It's too dangerous. They should pretty much always be encountered Skysire, Skysire, Skysire. What a nightmare. Honestly, that would be a fun, like, there's kind of a world where I'm thinking of that, like, just, you don't need a new game plus, just put in like 5 Skysires the next time you fight them. You're like, what? It's like, no explanation for it either. There's just more. Okay, it's doing the thing again. So I guess if we just make it bigger, no good. At a hard mode. Well, I know people were asking for difficulty modes for a while. Whew. All right. Well, I mean, I could believe that at least. You slid far. My thought right now is that it's like exponential. Just like every time you start the game. All right, let's just swap these. Let's go back to, whoa, the previous. Go tiny, go for whatever. The first time there's just 2, then the next time there's 4, then 8, then 16. It just gets real intense real fast. You can't stomach the weight of 16 ignites, then get out of the kitchen. All right, I am actually going to go ahead and try to see just how low these numbers are actually getting. This seems like the most critical component. What are we dealing with normally, and how low do these get? Because there might be a specific binding point I can try to lock this to. All right. I think I went up. I'm going up a little bit now. It'd be really hard to nail. I don't know if it needs to be perfect, but... Oh wait, I think this might actually help it out. There you go, yeah. I just lean up on top. All right. Wow, that's a lot. Okay, this is particularly interesting. Look at this. I know what the problem is. It's a divide by 0. That's what's causing it. Because x immediately shoots up to infinity, not a number, and y is at 0 the entire time. It's a double. It's doubly double. Yeah. I say max of 1. Just give me the absolute value of this one, and then we'll do a max. Yeah, that's what's going on. We're dividing by 0, and that's the one thing you're never supposed to do. You can do anything else. You can do anything. Okay, well, maybe I shouldn't say that live. Try that. Guaranteed to have to be 1 at least. So if you fall into the null zone, it ain't. The Skysire party. Okay, so yeah, we get a little bit of a lag there, but we just show up in their face instead, and that's totally reasonable. Somewhere around here, beautiful. Howdy, how's it going? And then the original problem. I kind of love it. I'm gonna wait a turn. Alright, you ready for this? Steadfast. Y'all don't even stand a chance. Okay, maybe you stand a chance. I'm losing a lot of strength. Alright. Next round. Yeah, that also looks weird, but it's believable enough, I think. So we're at the same crux here. If it's far of an angle off, you'll still slide. Yeah. So the problem has been minimized, but it still kind of exists for the most part. Yeah, basically. Congratulations, you are officially Code Boy now. Or Code Girl, for all I know. Oh yeah, by the way, that's the movement I was talking about. Okay, I'm dead. Okay, so I mean, this helped. This helps, but it doesn't fix the problem. The code they them. I should probably just default to that. Bink bonk bink. Yeah, this is a toughie. I mean, there's a world maybe I do have to just rebuild it. If the spire gets that big. Just use the great axe of the frozen oblet. Do they them live? Those frickin' liberals. Those frickin' liberals. Bruh, my brain is just struggling at this point. Is this what defeats me? Is this it? I think the weights is a good start. One might say, but something still needs help here. Maybe we cut the Y factor here after all. That's specifically for, like, you know, angled collisions. So it might be fine here. Unfortunately, math. I feel like you could like throw that tag onto so many things. That is a very common tag throughout most people's lives. Things are going great, but unfortunately, math. That's better. It's getting good enough to the point where I'm almost like willing to just ignore it, you know? At some point you just kind of be like, yeah, it's probably good. It's probably fine. Really? I need 3, that sucks. Such is life. Just keep pressing this over and over. Yawn. Alright, I just need to get myself health quick. Content. Yeah, basically, here you go. Are you enthralled? This is what you came here for? Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is probably good enough. It's not me hanging up and retreating, it's just me going, this is good enough, that's all. It's totally different. See, I didn't move, like, that's fine. That's good, that's what you want. That's what you expect, I guess. Uh-oh. Ah. Stop pushing me into the wall. By the way, what happens if I angle it up like this? Bit more. Okay, see, like, that's weird, but still works. Yeah, you don't want to get enough, whatever, fine, we got it. All right. At least it's just not, like, overtly ridiculous, though. That's probably what I was mainly going for. I'm trying to get it perfect at this point. It's just like, dude, I mean, I could maybe take another look at this another day, but it was ridiculous. I mean, like, he just literally vanished from the screen for no explicable reason. Like, that's, we can definitely do better than that, at least. And we did. This is better. This is just not really there yet, but it is better. Also, I have to undo, okay, thanks for this bug. Cool. I have to undo the Skysire gang. Every single undo is like really making it struggle. All right, if I just like turn this off. Save that. What has changed? Has anything changed? Should double check that I didn't break this thing. Okay, yeah, this looks good. Just all the different changes we made to the function, and we're golden. Oh, yep, and see, this is why I double check, because I also reduced the Skysire's agility down to 0. That's not good. Let's not do that. So let's undo that one. Problem is basically solved then. I shouldn't say fixed, I should say improved move teleport collision. Doesn't go through walls and stuff anymore. Doesn't like throw you off the fucking walls. All right. Whew. What time is it anyway? Wow, it's only 9, really? Thought it was more intense than that. Let's see. I mean, I could probably fit in something else. What do I have on my backlog? Actually, you know what? We do have a little something we can probably do. Drop down elements. There's a bug here. The drop downs. Specifically the font elements as well. But you might notice that these are here. If I click on these, it's gonna activate all of them at once. These are all like active for some reason. Right up until I click on this and then it's fine. But for some reason that initial bit is just like, oh, nope, no. So we can fix that. We just have to improve the way the collision of these things work. Although there is a world where maybe this is pointless because I'm planning on creating another like parent object that will like handle all container type things. So maybe this is just unnecessary, but at least for now, I feel like it makes sense. We have all these things. So what we really need to do is we need to just do, say this draws the border. This updates the border width. This toggles it. Element triggered. Okay. So here's the idea going on with the sublist. The sublist is actually the one triggering this in the first place. Doing drop down triggered. It's getting them all set up. So we add it. Element color, alpha. Oh, that's it. That's all we got. That's pretty simple. So then my guess is that maybe this is getting flipped right now. Just swap those two. That could be a very easy fix if that's all it takes. So it starts off and then turns on. No, it starts on and then turns off still. Interesting. Very interesting. I mean, these are pretty much basically the opposite. Drop down element versus drop down font. They inherit the same thing. These don't. Oh, this is weird. Am I 100% certain that this is supposed to be... Oh, wait, I've got an idea. Drop down font element. This is like the actual thing underneath the hood they build. Let me guess, drop down font is an actual... Yeah, we build one of these. Okay, that makes a lot of sense now. I get what's happening here. These are the actual clickable texts that you could click to do stuff. So these are probably fine. The bigger thing is right here. Element actually should be enable level dot just on in general. Sounds about right. Because we won't know the context, the assumption is that these should just follow whatever the enable level is for this thing. Oh, that actually would make the most sense. They should just follow the enable level. So why don't we get that? There. All right, they're still on to begin with, but at least now you can click on them. That's solid. Also, yeah, I mean, at some point we'll do something about this. That's another one too, is making a scroll element. So I actually, there's enough things that I definitely need like some kind of scroll bar to be able to handle it for sure. That's the next step to deal with what happens when, you know, this becomes this tiny. If you're a weirdo and decide that you want to just like have this sidebar go crazy, while having it a tiny, it's like you're gonna need to do something about that text. That don't look good. So yeah, at some point we'll add a scroll bar. It's pretty much a requirement. But the hope is that you should never really have to use it if you use your real estate, because it's like that it gets annoying fast. Whatever real estate you might have, if you've got a very tiny screen, then just take away your sidebar. Like, please. The game becomes so much less fun to play if you have to constantly be scrolling everything. Instead of enable level on, let's just actually grab the enable level that we're given. We could do clicker, this thing, maybe element. What happens if we just start typing enable level? Not much. Okay, so then what happens if we go clicker, get enable level? There we go, now we're talking. Now you can just follow whatever this is. Problem solved, basically. It's a very nice feature. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Wait, what am I doing? We're not testing the other thing anymore. All right, so these obviously still here, but you know, these pop out properly. Let's go. We have a large selection of languages to offer. We've got English or English. Which would you prefer? It's a lot of options for you. I like to think of people, so making sure that we really have as much accessibility as possible by giving you literally no options. All right, this solves that problem. This is very handily a solving of the first issue. Now we just have to deal with the problem. English, please. You're welcome. I've given you exactly what you've wanted. I've given you twice over. Honestly, I think the proper setup here would simply just be drop down add right here. Element enable level. Enable level dot off. Just when you add them, don't turn them off immediately. Even though the main list should, you know, they'll have its own rules. We just turn this off immediately and let them handle turning it back on. Yeah, that didn't work. Weird. Okay. I can only wonder why. Okay, well, we do drop down add to create the add guy. If I just went exit, what happens here? So I want to make sure that this is the only place we're creating it. Yep, you cease to exist. Good, I'm glad I have that power over you. And then we got language. Actually, search like this. Over here, we go add this, we get out of here. Make this cease to exist. Proves that these are the two things that cause the actual inputs. There's nothing else here. It has to be through drop-down add. Proves that drop-down add is in fact where we're coming from. So then it just begs the question of what the hell? Why is this one being like this? It's very strange. Yep, still exists. Get the element here, we add the element that we get. It gets its own specific event. Then we call element font, we do stuff. None of this should actually adjust. Even drop-down select shouldn't actually adjust anything. It just changes the name and what element's currently selected. Anyone's guess why this is still being so strange? We do clicker, add requirement. New element. Not sure why this didn't show up. This also should be a part of it. Very strange. If we just say exit here, that means you shouldn't have any secondary elements. Yeah, I don't know why. If I turn it off... Okay, cool. Thanks. Very bizarre. If I turn this off and add a requirement, if for some reason it still just doesn't work. It's the most bizarre thing I've seen. Actually, I have an idea. Or at least I have a lead, maybe. Clicker focus. Just so we can jump in here. And then we can jump down here. Has the same song has been playing for 4 hours, yeah. Yeah, it has. Same song has absolutely been playing for 4 hours. Because, never occurred to me to change it. I went, we need some kind of song. Okay, let's do this one. I mean, it's a secret song. It's a song that you can't hear yet. Hype. This is a social experiment. Oh, I'm going to be running so many of those on you guys. You have no clue. We're running so many weird, like, social psychedelic experiments that you have no clue about. Can you handle listening to the same thing for 4 hours straight? That's something special. Here, I'll update it slightly. Hang on. Where the heck is it? Where the heck is it? There you go. I got to an indescribable image. That would be an amazing ARG. Holy cow. I could, like, that would be a fun use of AIR right there. just like turn it up to like a weird proportions and make it just generate something that like is just inhuman. You're just like, what is going on? And then 2 minutes back, I'm just like, yep. So I had to pee. Like, oh, everything has to have meaning somewhere. What the heck was I doing? Right, I wanted to do check and see. Clicker enabled. Something or other here. Oh yeah. Right here. If... What's the name we actually use here? I think it literally is just name. Wait, this isn't right at all. Clickable text. This is strange. Text is equal to name. Okay, we got it. Here's some tips for optimization, baby. I'm an AI artist. Artist. True. I'm gonna specifically go for like Sabo, just because that one. Pixar is probably better. I can't tell what's capitalized there. If this, then this, and then this, and now because this one's complicated, and I have to see what's going on. Do F6. Yeah, I was thinking. It's like, speaking of AI art though, for a while I was like starting to upload like different tracks, like old, wait, whoa, something immediately broke? Oh, I'm an idiot, of course it did. So they immediately broke because I friggin' forgot to, I had to actually add in linked object. Oh my gosh, this thing is so freezy right now. Is it actually just straight frozen? It actually just, okay, there it goes. Wow. That's impressive. Anyway, I've got like a bunch of old music that I think I should probably just upload to the channel. It's like, you know, some of it's like real questionable stuff because it's like I wrote it when I was like in middle school maybe, but other stuff it's like, you know what, this is good enough. It's worth having like a, you know, a history book, right? But then it's like, well, but this is YouTube though. You have to have some, like, you have to have visuals. I'm not gonna just upload a track with like a black background for 3 minutes. Like, I was doing AI stuff for a while for like 3 of my MIDI stuff. But then I was like, this just, I don't know, it just feels very boring, I guess. You know, like some of the art's not bad, don't get me wrong. It's actually very impressive to look at, but it's like, I mean, I don't know, right? It's like, it's very soulless, right? It's just like, this is nice, I guess, if you just need a background. But I wish, I feel like there's got to be something I can do better than this, you know? But I also can't just like steal art, like... Just take people's art and just be like, yeah, check this out. What's still broken here? I've got an even better question here. So what we need here first is we got to do if variable instance exists, linked object name. There you go. First, check that you've actually got this. Then put an and. Then go for it. If those things are true, and then jump in here, then we stop at that specific point. Yeah. I mean, just like with anything, I kind of view AI stuff. Is this really not? Now I'm confused. Is this actually going to trigger every single time? Ignore pause is false. Enable level, it should be. Option menu. Wow, okay, so yeah, that's active 24/7. Dang, that sucks, actually. Okay, so Gotta do this again. Oh, well, I guess I could have still been helpful. I don't even remember what I was going to say. Oh, yeah, tools. Yeah, no, there's definitely, like, this is the thing. So now I remember, right? Because it's like, it's a tool, right? It's a fantastic tool, especially like if you're trying to use it to just enhance your art or like try to speed up the process so you can make more of it. But I think just like anything, it can be abused. And I definitely have noticed there's a very weird, like, yeah, I don't know. There's like a weird war kind of going on where it's like, for some reason, a lot of people who make like AI art stuff, like, I don't know, it's like AI is going to replace everybody. Oh, awesome. You know, I don't have to pay like these stupid ass artists. I've seen with like writing too. Like, I don't need writers anymore because I can write my book without you. And it's just like, it's weird how much vitriol there is there because AI art is literally just artists and writers. Like, it wouldn't exist if we didn't have those people. Like, I'm not entirely sure where that vitriol comes from. It's very strange, the whole thing. It's just like, this seems like the most clear example of what it means for it to be abused. Like, the goal is not to replace artists. It's just, you know, it's a fantastic tool for expediting. Still feels like a weird place to go, but you know, hopefully you get what I mean. Like, for someone like me, for instance, it's a fantastic tool for just like enhancing the quality of my art to a point where I can actually, and also the speed of it. But like, I'm still drawing it, you know? Like, I still have to actually step in there to like make adjustments as I go. People hate paying for art. Yeah, that's true too. People really do. That's like the most like quintessential one of like, bruh, I've got like 4,000 followers. Just like, give me your art, and then people will see it. It's like, oh, wow. Great, thanks. Yeah, that's the other thing too. I mean, if we really did, like, if AI actually did, if I want to request, can my name in the credits be the blue of my profile picture? I mean, shit, if that's what you want. Like, what, like no name, just the. I'm confused what you're asking here. Like, you just wanted to be that picture, or do you want the name? It's the text to be that color. Is that what you're saying? I'll take a screenshot right now. Gotcha. I'll make a note of it. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. If no one else asks, then you'll just be the only person with color. But yeah, if we actually manage a dystopia where we're like able to, you know, like AI art actually just gets so good that we no longer need artists, it's like, would that really be good? Like, that's just an entire industry that just disappears. Like, even if you're like if you feel like you're like a terrible person that just doesn't give a shit about anybody, like, you should just understand, like, that's still like just bad. Homelessness is bad, and that'd be a lot of people that would suddenly be on the streets for no reason. Like, so even from like a quantifiable standpoint where you don't give a shit, it's like, that's still a lot of work and the economy slows down. And then of course from the humanitarian aspect, it's like, that would just suck if, you know, like if all of a sudden I learned that like any music I made could actually just be generated in seconds by somebody just typing stuff in easily and quickly, it's like, wow, that's tough. Like, why bother writing? I've heard about that. The energy cost of AI is very expensive, but it's not obvious to see. I don't know fully. I'll say this much. I don't know a ton about, like, you know, I guess like electricity. I've heard that the green cost of like technology is actually pretty hefty, which is kind of tough because that's the industry I work in. So it's like, oof. But yeah, I've definitely heard that AI in particular is pretty expensive. There's a few things that are very expensive that way. Some real hefty coding stuff. GUI option display, I think was what I was trying to go for here. If I jump over here. Cannot wait to have my drinking water cut off because ChatGPT needed to generate a story about Shrek getting hit with an anvil. That really does sum it up, doesn't it? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what the future holds. I feel like this could go in multiple directions where it's like it could really be used for some incredible feats, or it could just be bastardized to hell and back and become like yet another victim of late stage capitalism that just ruins all of our lives, except for like a very small percentage of people that actually own the AI, and they're gonna go fucking like rich to hell and beyond. And it's like I don't know. I mean, to some degree, I feel like maybe I kind of do know. Let's be realistic, but we all know where this is gonna go. Okay. So actually, we just noticed something real quick here. We did immediately pop out after that whole thing just happened. We jump in here. We come out of clicker enabled and we unfocus it because it failed. That is something that happened immediately. Let's try to see. Clicker is active. All right. I'm going to undo this breakpoint, play. Oh, I didn't even realize you can't actually see. Let me put the game above debug. I have to just move that back and forth. I can now afford for yeah. Like imagine that world where it's like in order to talk to people, you have to pay ChatGPT to even send the message because you're not allowed to meet. I don't think that's where we're going, but Jesus, that would be a fun dystopia to write. You gotta pay to talk to your loved ones. The grace. And then, yeah, the kindness of the overlords to give you 100 messages a day. Just for free. Oh, I can say good morning. Oh, sorry, that's one. Got 99 more. I actually want to write that short story now. Yeah, a world in which they've been able to monetize language. They being the, you know, the who knows what, right? But the cabal. All right, so we're out here. Everything should be not active currently. Apparently this clicker is off, or maybe it's currently hovering. Now we go over here. Okay, so enable level currently is 13. So we're setting it again. So that's the first step. We actually do set that. That was very long. We've gotten very distracted, but that proves what I was looking for. This did in fact set the enable level to 13, and that does mean that we are actually just, you know, the problem is probably not this. It's that this is being called somewhere and being set. I guess the new step would be something easy. Just see if we called this. I was from having to. Yeah, I mean a little bit. I guess it's like kind of different though, just because it's like I'm thinking like pure dystopia, but early 2000s. I mean that's just like text messaging stuff, you know. I mean you could just the alternative is just go and talk to them, like you know. It was impressive that we could even talk to people, you know, with text like that. I mean, then going all the way back to like calling, right? Calling was pretty expensive, I think, when it first came out. Because I was like, oh my gosh, I can talk to somebody in the other town without getting on my horse and buggy. Like, that's freaking crazy. I actually don't even know. Maybe cars already existed at that point. Okay, this is toggling. That's happening. Called. So we know it's not in here that's getting triggered. But we also know that the enable level is in fact getting updated at some point. I believe it would probably be somewhere around here, but I still don't know for sure. Also, this is unnecessary. This just doesn't do anything, clearly. I mean, unless we just like did something like this, return false. Maybe this would be an interesting test to see if this is even getting sent in properly. Okay, yeah, it worked. So there it is. So like this is actually sending something in. Maybe new requirement on that note. Let's screw all this, you know, enable level stuff. I've got a new requirement. If not dropped down, problem solved. I think that'll do it. Let me just double check all my other changes. But yeah, this is our solution right here then. A very easy solution comparison. Add a requirement for this new element that just simply says, I'm gonna do pseudo text, but basically top drop or drop down drop down has to be triggered. Okay, yeah, so that's what we're using here. That's what we'll set it. Drop down has to be triggered. And for the new element, all we should do is just add special var drop down equals ID. And this should scope to our guy right here. And yeah, I think that's it. Great. A drop down element. Okay, so this is actually calling from here, which means this could be even simpler. This is even easier than I thought. The function is being scooped. It was not it. Yeah, well, that's coding for you. No, trust me, it's it. It's it. It's just, you know, it's not it for a bit, but it is it. Boop, gone. Pixar, open. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know where these will be. It doesn't matter though, because they're completely disabled, so there's nothing there. Boom. Awesome. These work as intended. Let's go. Yeah, so because this function is actually scoped in here directly, I didn't think that would happen. I thought we were already, but no, that's great. So it's literally just, you know, is my parent open? And if not, then screw this, it's done. Problem solved. And a nice easy problem, or a nice easy solution when everything is said and done. Don't have to go weird with the enable levels or anything like that. It's just a requirement. I like this clicker system. I think there's a lot of code where I'm like, yo, I really screwed the pooch on this, but I think the clicker system is pretty freaking rad. I think I did a good job on that. Just want to let you know. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm just here hoping to make a pretty, I mean, the release date's coming up on us fast, so, you know, I'm hopeful that you guys are going to like the full thing when it comes out. We still got a lot of T's and I's to cross and dot, but I really do think there's going to be a lot of fun to be had. Maybe I can drop a few more ARGs into the Discord then, but liven the place up a bit. Anyway, that's another thing taken care of. And at this point, I guess that's probably enough for tonight, right? That was good. It's a lot of little weird tasks that I've been working on that, like, or rather haven't been working on, but I've been writing them down. You just keep like writing these to-dos as you go, and you're like, oh, that needs to be done. That needs to be done. It's kind of nice and cathartic to finally like run through a bunch of them. And the benefit is that it's spoiler free, because that was the other big thing I was really trying to struggle with, because it's like, I do have a lot of work to be done with the Dark Egg that I just can't show here because it would just ruin everything. So it's like, I gotta find things that are relatively safe, but like still helpful. Yeah, post the real names of people. Oh yeah. That's a great idea. Oh yeah, I mean, I could just dox people for fun. That, you know, that sounds like a good stream idea, to be honest. Who wants to volunteer? I'll just put it in the egg chat so that only some people can see it, so it's really unfair, right? You show up and then it's like, I'll make somebody get doxxed, and then I'll put it in a chat that only some people can find. and then, you know, have fun when they show up at your doorstep. I think that'll get me a lot of good publicity. You're fine. Yeah, I mean, the problem is more like, because I was thinking about, I remember like some of the early streams I did, I just said like everything's a spoiler, right? Just assume spoilers. Some people were like, oh, I'm fine. Other people were like, nah. Everybody said the whole thing's just gum and shoestring, 100%. It does. I mean, there is slightly some spoiler with like some of the engine stuff. You know, you'll see like, oh, this is how this works. That might ruin some scene for you because it's like now you know it's actually just like, I don't know, 7 strength or something like that. But more generally, it was just like the worry. Like, I don't think we've never really had problems with this, but there is still a reality where I have to be careful. If someone were to jump in here and be like, yay, watch it. And then they see like I don't know, Daniel dies or whatever. Then they go into the chat, go like, hey, everyone, Daniel dies. And it's like that, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. You could delete the message, but if someone saw it, it's too late. Now everyone knows that Daniel's dead. Shit. So I just figured it's just safer to try to just keep everything behind bars until the game's actually out, right? So it's like anyone who, and again, it makes the streams more accessible too, because if someone doesn't want spoilers, they can still watch without having to worry. It's just better for the viewers, and then better just in case there was like a bad actor involved. It was like, I'm gonna ruin everything. It's just like, really? I don't think this game, like, wouldn't you rather do that for like Call of Duty or something? Like, but anywho, wow, 4 hours, really? I thought you were being superfluous. It's actually been 4 hours. Sheesh. All right, I think I'll let this song run out its last course, 20 seconds. And then I'll vanish into the ether. Oh, we can get a fun effect too while we're there. Let's go. Yeah. Why bother with homework when there's dark egg involved, dude? It's the most important thing. Well, you're gonna have to do it now.